understand how that stands at the moment, so I will leave with a question. But yeah, just understanding the shareholding layout, if that's possible.
Absolutely. Craig.
So you're talking about the funding of the shares?
No, just
generally the oversight and
so the
voting rights.
Okay, so the shareholding, each member council has an equal shareholding. It was $1,000 each council when we started. We needed to spend some more money. That's now gone up to $1,700. So that's the total contribution over since 2008. And we're working through what that shareholding would mean if PNCC was to join us. We're working through that constructively and legally as we speak. So everyone has an equal voice. Everyone has an equal ownership of the company.
no, thank you for that. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Impressive. I like this. This is directed to you, Craig O'Connell. Yeah. Now, you mentioned before we're trying to get elected members on board and that. Now, we're going to, whatever happens this year or in the next, by 28, there will become a paradigm shift. That's inevitable. What's your opinion? As you probably know, there's 101 elected members in the Horizons region, right? They all come at a cost. Now, people are worried about losing our local identity and that, but people aren't going to go away. It's just going to be done in a different manner. Where do you see, well, where, I know, like this MW Less, it's very good with the services and the concept's brilliant. I mean, it's probably a forerunner to where we're going in some ways. That's the way I see it. So where do you sit with the elected members, whatever, this is a hypothetical situation, but I'd like your view on that, please.
One of the, and this is an external model, which I'll refer back to where, and I've encountered in a couple of the electricity trusts, where there's a community trust and then there's an operating company, it has a board. And I don't think it's any different with a council and a CCO. The skill that is required, you still need the council and the councillors, whether it's the same number, it probably won't be, but if, 101 might drop to 70, but there will still be a lot of elected members that are, I would expect, that are representing the voice of their communities. It's the relationship between those two layers. And if that breaks down, we've seen it in the ports of Auckland, AT. Auckland's a classic case where those CCO boards have basically said, we will decide where we go and what we do, not listening to their ultimate shareholder and community. And that is the role of each of those two layers, is to say, how do we work on this relationship between the two parties so that it works well? If I go back to Marlborough Lines and the trust there's been all sorts of kerfuffle in that part of the world. It's now working well. And that's because the chair of the trust is a real expert in that space. He has rewritten the trust deed, but he's put the time and effort into the relationship and understanding that the communication between those parties is critical. Now, the issue from my perspective is, okay, do you need two layers? How often, who's actually calling the shots here? There's a natural tension between those two boards. And I normally sort of land on they need to get together at least twice a year and have a really robust conversation. But then day to day, month to month, the organisation's board gets on with it. But it's reporting back to their ultimate shareholder and saying, this is what we've achieved. This is what you told us you were looking for and where to head. This is what we've done. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't see elected members disappearing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's more to scale. It's trying to get, we've got to change because we've been doing the same thing, like the old adage, doing the same thing on the same day, get the same result. And because we are going broke as a country, you know what I mean, we have to look at things differently and doing things. Efficiencies are one thing, but you've got to do something completely different. And I think what you guys are probably sitting in the box seat in some ways, coming along, because as you say, as Mayor Scott mentioned about, when you guys' name come up before, people didn't get involved and understand the concept, So and you just mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that you were doing some work at the moment on something going forward. Is this involved with where we're heading?
Yes, it's the whole new model that Craig Grant talked about. But when I say whole new model, it's not a whole new model. It's shifting some things. It's actually saying, what does this need to give it a kick in the pants? Frankly, and that's the two key roles, the independent chair and an independent chief executive. Full-time, chief executive. Absolutely, as opposed to poor old Craig here who has to try and balance, multiple tasks and then the projects that Michael McCartney throws at him. So, it's just resourcing it up. Just one step. It's not a massive spend. And I would not want to come to any of the councils, any of the shareholders and say, righto, you need to start throwing $200,000 a year at the LAS. Because it just ain't going to happen. Firstly, we don't have the business case, but it's, you don't have the resources to do that. But it is very much about just playing within the boundaries of what's possible, giving the organisation that chance at the next phase. But incremental again. It may be in a couple of years' time that the board are saying, right, it's time now for another step.
No, thank you for that. And Peter kind of stole my comment, which is fantastic, right? We don't want to be paying $200,000 a year. What we're particularly interested in is how we might be able to save many thousands of dollars a year, and at a small scale, that's already happening. But Corin just wanted to make a comment before I go to Peter.
Cool. Thank you. Through you, Chair. It's just to draw out because I'm not sure if it's totally understood or not, right? And so part of the reason for the full-time chief executive and the independent board member is because the board is comprised of the CEs, right? So the CEs, when they walk into that room, have to try and take off their hat as the chief executive and think about the interests of the company, which is delivering for its shareholders, which is still the councils. And so there's a challenge there, and I think this is what has played out over time, about people making a decision which is in the ultimate interest of their shareholder by taking the company forward and reverting back to thinking about their localised, and the IT one is another great example of their localised instance. And so introducing that independence will help the chief executives it will challenge them, and it will help to move that dial. And and it's a subtle shift, and it may be over time that there's more independence or some other kind of model which continues to move it forward. But I just wanted to kind of illustrate that.
And I think it's a really important point because, and I have heard, and this council, I'm sure, in my time, has not been a council that would not be open to hearing ideas, but sometimes it is about the incentives and the way that it's pitched, because I find it hard to fathom that if there was a decision paper that came through that showed option A will cost this and have this rating impact, and option B will have this rating impact, that any elected member would dare to choose something that would cost the community a whole lot more. So sometimes it's about the pitch. Peter, final question.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. You talk about BOPLAS and Waikato LAS. Do they do other things other than the activities MWLAS is involved with? Or
Yes,
is it pretty much the same?
No, they do. They do different things, and one of the principles that we MWLS pushed for early on was if we're about collaboration across councils, then we should be about collaboration across the lasses. We should not be duplicating what's happening. And we are absolutely crystal clear on that if one of the lasses is doing something, then the others can join into that and not duplicate. It would be stupid, actually, but against the principles. So they have evolved in different directions. BOPLAS has very much evolved in the procurement space, very long list of areas. Waikato's adopting a more, I would argue, risky but innovative approach in trying to develop new services. They've been more active in the BCA space than anyone else. They're trying to develop some software packages. I don't think that's necessarily a smart thing to do when you're not a software developer, but it's just my view. But they at least are challenging the paradigm and trying to do different things. But we are crystal clear about not duplicating across the lasses.
Can I just add to that, if I may? I've heard a lot about cost savings, but it's not just about cost savings. Archives was actually a cost avoidance. And what it meant was that each of you by law, by legislation, was supposed to have your own archive centre. So the cost of building one building would have been replicated across the region. The other thing is, I think there's opportunities around, we're struggling with resourcing in some specialist areas. Particularly in regulatory. So is there an opportunity to bring regulatory services together? We've got a regional spatial plan that we're going to have to do. Could that sit in the LAS? What about roading services? Is there economies of scale with roading services? I'm just using those as examples. So it's not always about saving dollars. There's other real issues that I think we can work together and take that opportunity to be more efficient.
No, and thank you. I'll make a couple of closing comments. This has been incredibly useful. So thank you very much. It's certainly something I've been personally very interested in. One of the advantages of the government reform program, Simplifying Local Government, when they announced it late last year, they put a bit of an ultimatum to councils of find ways to become more efficient. One of those options obviously being unitary amalgamations, the other one being shared services. That changed the frame of a lot of, and I know Merrill colleagues, thinking of we are going to have to be looking more at shared services, which is something that this council was actively looking at and discussing even before those announcements came in. The irony, though, is with the update of the government reforms, it has stifled a whole lot of the good work and progress that we've been working on. And that is disappointing as mindset shifted. Certainly it appears MWLAS is ready, willing and up for it. That has now been stifled until we get some resolution, and Councillor Wallace talked about there being change by 2028. There is unlikely to be high level change by then in the backstop process, because that doesn't start until 2028, which actually means that ratepayers are going to have to be paying longer for inefficiencies that could be avoided. So that's personally disappointing. However, there could be a real opportunity here for us to use a vehicle that's already existing to show government that there can be another way and better ways of being able to deliver services. There certainly will be less elected members around, but often as elected members drop away, as you rightfully put, they are often replaced by board members, unelected board members, because people still have to govern the things that are happening and organisations. So we've got a lot to work through, but for me it's reassuring to know MWLAS is there and is prepared to take that next step to be delivering even further for its member councils. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for the work that you do. and thank you in advance, hopefully, for the work that you will be doing for us as we expand things. So is there any closing comments you'd like to make, gentlemen?
I was just going to say, these are the two who actually do the hard work. Thank you, everyone.
Ditto for the council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll kick on to the next item of our agenda, which is the early engagement results for the long-term plan. So we'll make a start on that of who is presenting. Welcome Karsten and Kimberly to the table.
Morena tima. So the way we'll do this is I'll be presenting the first couple of slides. I'll be giving you some context and some high-level information, and then the rest of the slides will be presented by Kimberly, who is going to dive into some of the details of the budget challenge. I think, first of all, it's really important to realise that, the name of it is the budget challenge, but there are actually a few other things going on with the budget challenge. We also asked for people to provide feedback on the strategic framework. Now, you may have seen in the reader that we were going to discuss this in this session. However, that has changed slightly. The comms team has compiled the themes of this feedback and has provided some recommendations, which has been refined by Rebecca, and she is going to talk to the strategic framework after this session here. The other thing which the budget challenge dealt with was keep, start, stop. So what does the community want council to keep doing? What do they want council to stop doing, and what do they want council to start doing? So that's really important to realise, because it was not only a budget challenge, there were also another few important things going on which we're going to be discussing today. Right, can we go to the next slide? Okay, that's fine. Yep. Okay, I'm sure you're all very familiar with this slide here. It shows where we are in the process, and we're inching closer, but there's still a lot of work to be done and a lot of decisions to be made before we head into long-term plan consultation. Okay. Right. Bit of context around the budget challenge and the way we did this pre-engagement is that, first of all, based on community feedback, we decided to do this engagement over a period of 6 weeks. Normally, the way we normally did this was 4 weeks. So that's important to realise. The other thing is that when we developed this pre-engagement and the budget tool, that we had really good feedback from the different focus groups of council, which we took on board and which we feel really helped to fine-tune the tool as it is. The other thing which we've done very differently is the dashboard. Now, the dashboard we have not presented to you yet. We're going to do that now, but you may have seen this because the link was in the reader and it's been in the presentation. Now, this is also very different to the way that we've done things previously. This dashboard is going to become live as of tomorrow. It's already live for you to see, but we're going to be publishing this for the public to see tomorrow. So that, it's an interactive way for people to see what others have been saying and what the collated themes have been. Normally this would have been done through a report. This time round we have a dashboard to do that. Okay. These are some of the things that would need your guidance on today, is whether you need any other information from us, whether you want to do more pre-engagement, and on topics where the community is divided, for example, economic development, how should options be framed in the consultation, if you have any preferences now. Okay. Right, so one of the things that we've tried to do here is you earlier on in the year you developed you had inputs to the risk appetite framework, and we've put the budget challenge next to that to see how they relate with that. So it said that the risk appetite framework said that you had a low appetite for risks that could damage our reputation and the relationship for the community. The budget challenge has invited the community to make decisions or to provide feedback before decisions are made into the consultation of the LTP. It's also increased transparency, and one of the most important things, it's this education piece that it has provided about trade-offs that you as councillors are often faced with. And a lot of the feedback that we were previously getting on engagement and consultations is that it's really a tick box exercise. That was a term that people often used, and we feel that by doing this, that has been reduced. Okay, it also said that you have a moderate appetite for strategic risk, recognising that measured risk are sometimes necessary. I think first and foremost the thing here is that we presented the strategic framework to people so that they could comment on it, and it also generated evidence about the community priorities for drafting the LTP. And again, this slide, really what I think the thing is the education piece about trade-offs that have to be made, not only in terms of money rates, but also in terms of services that we've tried to present to the community through the Budget Challenge tool. One of the things which is which happened during the engagement period is that after 2 weeks into the Budget Challenge, we were undercut by the amalgamation news. So even though we allocated a royal 6 weeks for the consultation, we factually had a 2-week engagement. We were undercut by this. We were on a roll, which is shown here. We decided to do our major comms after about a week, 10 days, and just as things started to spike, the amalgamation bombshell hit us and things went down. What I do have to say, because of this, because of the budget tool, it really set a benchmark for the comms team on how to do future engagements, and we would never have been able to turn around things so quickly for the amalgamation had it not been for this budget tool. So that's really important to realise, and we're learning as we go along. As you know, we developed it in-house, and we feel really confident facing future engagements and consultations on the turnaround time, on the effort that is required has been reduced. Still saying that we need a bit of time from you to do this, but You know, so, and also the costs involved with it have reduced significantly, yeah? So we're currently running an engagement on the rationalisation of buildings, also built upon the budget challenge experience, yeah? What you'll see further on as well is the feedback that we got through the budget challenge on the development on the tool itself has been really positive. So actually it is one of the fourth reoccurring themes that has come through in the budget challenge. More on that later from Kimberly. And the other thing which I'd like to point out is that we had significant interest from other councils on how we did it. We've been contacted by 6 councils so far, and we have seen evidence of other councils that have used our ideas and have not contacted us. So there's been a lot of interest in this. Okay. Right, so now we're heading into the discussion piece. So Kimberly is going to give a quick demonstration of the final results dashboard and how to use it. What I'd like to point out here is that, and this does not only go to you as councillors, but also for staff that may be listening and for managers in council. This dashboard is incredibly rich in information. There's a lot that we can glean from it. Kimberly is going to show you how to do it, and that's it. Kimberly, over to you now.
Wonderful, thank you very much. My window just hasn't come across, so I just need to change how I'm sharing my screen. There we go. So I'm just going to do a speed run demonstration of the Budget Challenge Dashboard Explorer. So there are 4 pillars to how this dashboard works. The first is the overview, which shows the total number of responses received throughout the engagement period, how people spent their budget overall, the number of comments that we got in the keep, start, stops and how these break up, and the number of ratings that we got against our strategic framework and how people felt about that. For each of these elements, you can explore in further detail. So we'll start with exploring the budget challenge in a bit more detail and how people spent. I'm going to go through each of these in the presentation that we've prepared, so I'm just going to gleam over them in the demonstration. So within the Budget Challenge Explorer, you can see how the community spent overall against how council actually spends. You can see how people spent online, in person, in print, and you can compare across the channels how each service area was prioritised by the different channel groupings. When we look at exploring the community comments in a bit more detail, we can come in and see the metrics of how many comments that we received. And we can also see how these performed in terms of themes. So of the 515 total comments that we received, the most common theme, with at least 173 comments making some kind of mention about rates and affordability. We can see how that pans out across community spaces and services being the second most theme, growth and economic development being the third, and communications and engagement being the fourth. And I'll talk more to those shortly. There's also the capability to search through all the comments that we received. See if I can zoom in so we can see a little bit better here. Thank you. So we can actually keyword search. So if we want to see comments regarding communication and how people are feeling about council's communications, if we want to see how people feel about the mayor or perhaps the councillors, or emergency management, or parks, or cemeteries. We can keyword search this however we would like to. We can look at this in terms of what did people within a certain age group in a certain town say in their keep, start, stops. What do the people of Dannevirke want us to stop doing? So we can filter through these comments as we wish, and all 515 comments are there and available, and will be available as we launch this to public as well. The fourth pillar of the dashboard is the strategic framework commentary. So again, we can see the metrics up the front of how people interacted with that question. We can see what the common themes were in that commentary, including some examples of the comments that we received. And we can search through each of the comments that we received. It's important to note that the way that we built the question around strategic framework, we only asked people to give us a comment if they said that it needed work. So those comments are inherently in response to this. We feel that this strategic framework needs some work. So I will leave you all to explore this dashboard in further detail at your own time, and I'm just going to jump back into the presentation and talk a little bit about what we actually heard in the results and what that told us.
Peter.
I would just like to say that I discovered that link last night and I went down a rabbit hole. It was like, it was fabulous. It was like, it was just, yeah. I don't spend a lot of time on social media, but in the evening I do like to scroll through my LinkedIn and look at what I've been missing. And LinkedIn missed out last night because I was busy deep in this. It was great. And yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. It's great to hear it's already being put to good use. So when we look at who we heard from through the engagement period, we had a total of 445 responses, which is pretty decent when you look at our previous engagements and when you consider that this was an early engagement, not a formal consultation. Through that, we had 238 people who participated online. Online, we saw participants skewed much younger and broader. More than half of those respondents were under 45. Every township was represented, and ratepayers made about 79% of those online responses. In person, we had 183 people who used the token stations to put their votes in. This captured their priorities only. We didn't capture any demographics at those stations. And in print, we had 24 forms come through, predominantly from people aged over 65, and 17 of those 24 came from Danneberg. When reading the results, it's important to note that the online budget challenge started respondents at council's current spending mix and then asked them to move away from it. So when we look at those results, it's best to look at online and print as movement away from our current spending, whereas the in-person gave people tokens and a blank slate. So the in-person results are best read as what people value when they start from nothing. So what did we see across the channels? In person, where participants started from a blank slate, community spaces and services attracted the most support, 27% of all tokens. And you can see sort of on the screen there how this compares to how council actually spends, where the predominant spend is on roading and transportation. This makes sense when you consider that these people were using our sites. These are the people that actively use our community spaces and services, so it makes sense that they would value them highly. What we saw online, where people started from the current budget settings, was a lot closer of a spending alignment. So the graphs you see on screen look quite similar, but there is a difference, and I want to just highlight the movements that we saw from people. So a bit of a mix when it came to roading and transport. 42% of people that participated trimmed the spending, while the other 30% increased it. The majority of reduction of spending fell into the running the council bucket, somewhat unsurprisingly. And on average, respondents spent nearly double on economic development compared to what council currently spends. When we look at the print forms, this was from a much smaller and slightly older sample. Sorry, I've just lost my place for a second. The value of this channel was really in the written comments. There was some slight confusion about how to do the printed version, and so the real value of the printed submissions that we got were in the comments that they provided. And those comments have all been loaded to the online dashboard and are available as part of that overall package. When we look at the keep, start, stop comments, what did we actually learn from what people took the time to share with us? As I said earlier, 173 people had something to say about rates, spending and value for money. Whether that was things they want us to keep doing, start doing or stop doing, that theme came through really strongly. The second most was that people really value our community spaces and services. There was a bit of debate around growth and economic development, and the really positive feedback around communication and engagement, particularly noting responding back to the budget challenge and speaking to the tool that they were being asked to use in itself. So keep asking for feedback like this. It's a great way to be interactive. I'm just going to delve into each of these findings a little bit more. You will have had that in your reader, so I'll go through these as quickly as I can. The main findings were that affordability is the lens for everything. This appeared in roughly a quarter of the online comment sets. People advocated for user pays approaches, and others challenged paying for things that they feel that they cannot access or are not seeing the benefits of. Somewhat unsurprisingly, the organisation itself is the community's saving target, preferred savings target. This finding should be read carefully though. Some of it does reflect a general anti-bureaucracy sentiment that is inherently associated with local government and central government engagements, but there's still something to be heard from that particular theme. The third theme was that roads and footpaths, people want to see us doing the basics better. Most commonly, it wasn't about spending more, it was about spending better. And a large number of comments noted the condition of footpaths. The fourth most common theme was, the fourth finding is that libraries are the most praised council service in the engagement. However, people did make comments in both directions about the opening hours of both our libraries and our service centres. Additionally, people have a high value of parks, reserves and pools, but they also came with some service requests on how we could deliver those even better than we do. Economic development, we saw a really genuine divide. It was probably the most polarised result in the engagement, where 96 respondents chose to significantly grow, while 52 chose to significantly reduce. Some felt that growth is crucial, while others felt we simply cannot afford it. The sixth most common finding was waste and recycling. People are very protective of our waste and recycling services, and there's a small amount of appetite to extend it. And finally, we captured a small but distinct youth voice in our engagement this time around. We received letters and some commentary from people 24 and under that there is little for young people over the age of 12 to do or anywhere for them to be. The letters from students asked for more opportunities for young people, particularly in the space of being involved in public projects. And that was echoed from the parent side in the comments that we received there. If we want to increase this voice, there is a need to build foundational relationships with youth-focused organisations and services. Looking at the response to Council's strategic framework, we shared our new strategic framework with the community and we asked them to rate it whether they felt that we'd absolutely nailed it, they were happy with it, or they felt it needed work. And as I said earlier, if they felt it needed work, we asked them to tell us why they felt that way. Overall, Community confidence was broadly positive. 70% of people said, I'm happy with that. However, when we look at the print results, this was slightly inverted, and many of the older Dannevirke residents had a lower confidence, and a lot of their commentary came back to rates, affordability, and the services that we provide. And the most common comment that we received through the question around strategic framework was actually around the reputation and identity pillar. People quite strongly felt that reputation should be an outcome of doing the basics well, rather than a strategic goal in its own right. And that will form, that alongside some of the other comments that we received, will form the recommendations that Rebecca will share with you shortly. We felt it was important.
Sorry, one just quick thing on there, which I found really interesting on the strategic framework part. Looking at the comments, a lot of the comments weren't necessarily in relation to the wording or the strategic framework. They were more almost seen as a bit of a sentiment of, are we happy with council? And then saying what they thought. So there is a little bit of a divide, and you know, as people look through it, they'll see of what one is genuinely commenting on the strategic framework versus those that are sharing, which is still important to capture, a level of dissatisfaction with council. And I think that that's quite an important part for people to see. And you've talked about the pillar of reputation and identity. That was a clear, good theme directly based on our framework, which is really, I'm really happy that was picked up. Peter.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Kimberly, you made a comment about ways for young people to be involved in public projects. What's that all about? What public projects?
I won't speak on behalf of the submitters, but my interpretation would be the opportunity where it's safe to do so for young people to have influence over the design of projects or the delivery of projects. So if there are community working bees, planting opportunities, or in the design phase of projects, the opportunity to actually input into what things look like and how things work, that's what I would interpret from the feedback. But just to add to that, if we really want to know the answer to that question, I think we need to go and ask the youth what that looks like to them. So that's why I'm a bit nervous to sort of speak on their behalf. No, that's absolutely fine. We felt it was important to link the information that we received through engagement to some of the current conversations that we're having as council, as staff, as we plan for the future. And we've essentially looked at how much information have we gathered in relation to these topics, and has it allowed us any further insight or given us opportunity for a further steer in this area. So areas where we got quite strong, clear feedback were around how we are maintaining footpaths and the way that we pay for the work that we do. Where there was feedback present but quite divided, we saw both sides of the coin, if you will, was around economic development, the opening hours of both libraries and service centres, and integrated services, which is getting smarter about what our physical sites are offering. Where there was little or no signal was around curbside recycling due to be launched in Norsewood and Ormondville, pending some community feedback, and the Pahiatua transfer station relocation conversation. And I'm now going to hand back over to Karsten, who will take you through the management recommendations as a result of engagement.
I think one of the most important things here is that we close the feedback loop. And we feel last time round that should have been done better. So our recommendation would be to show how this feedback is going to help shape the next LTP, the next consultation items, and the next council decisions. And That would be our main recommendation out of this. We will also be doing comms to publicise the feedback that has come out of this. We'll be starting to do that tomorrow. We'll be sending out media releases so that people can have a look at the dashboard and see how their comments have been incorporated into the tool. As I said in the beginning, there's also a lot of scope for council internally to learn from the dashboard and the public's feedback. We will be aggregating the feedback that has come through and themes, and we will be sending them through to council teams for them to consider. We would also like to recommend that the school students that did take part in the budget challenge is that they receive a letter of acknowledgement from council to stimulate further entries from youth and from young people. There was one invitation that came through. This was from a community group that work in the space for deaf and blind people, and they extended an invitation to one of the elected members to come to one of their meetings to see how council decisions can affect this group of people. So that would be one of our recommendations, to actually act on this invitation.
Just a quick one on that, Carsten. Who's that invitation been sent to? Because, I mean, I think if a community group has asked councillors to attend, or myself, absolutely. So that's a no-brainer. Yeah. If someone wants us to come along, I mean, Peter Johns definitely is keen as well, but I certainly would love the opportunity to do that, to hear directly from them what their perspectives are. So I think that one there, take as a yes. I haven't seen the invitation, but I'd be grateful if that was sent through and we can make contact with them directly. Sharon?
Yep, 100%.
Thanks, Ms. Scott. Before we move too much further, Carsten and Kimberly, I'm curious to understand, just going back to how the feedback we've received links to, what we're mulling over around these tables at the moment. And you've highlighted two operational issues that we're making decisions about that appear to have no interest whatsoever to the affected community. And I mean, you've highlighted curbside recycling and the Paitoa relocation of the transfer station. What other areas are we working on that possibly the community just couldn't care less about what decision we make? You've picked up two, and I appreciate you picking that up, but do we have a sense that there might be some more out there that even which way we go, no one's really going to give a toss?
Could I just quickly add to, and thank you for raising it, because I had those circled, the feedback present but divided, but particularly in the last slide, the little or no signal, I don't think necessarily means that the community don't care about it. I think what it could mean is that we haven't asked them or asked the right question to get the feedback from them. And I think when we're looking at things, has it been signalled that we're looking at making a change with the Pahiatua transfer station, what the cost of that might be, what the advantages, what the disadvantages are? I think that there will be some strong views on that topic. Curbside recycling will be particularly of interest to the Norsewood and Ormondville communities, because that is being funded currently out of existing budgets, but the discussion item for that will be if they would like to keep that service, they'll be getting a targeted rate like the rest of the community. And I think we need to know, do they want that or don't they? But going to Sharon's comment, because I think it's a really important one, those are two that we think of. Will there be and maybe this is through to Corin, it's not necessarily a comms part, will there be a bit of an exercise amongst ELT, amongst the LTP team to say, what are we looking at, thinking about proposing to elected members, and do we feel, based off this pre-engagement, do we have anything to go on? So is there going to be an exercise in what are we missing, and how might we, and then working with comms, how might we plug those gaps?
Through you, Chair. So yes, early days, but yes, we need to actually look and understand that, and it's great, part of this is the comments being logged and referred to relevant teams, but then there is another piece for us as ELT and as I think as at the wider leadership group as well, to actually look at what information has come through this early engagement and what that tells us about what we may or may not do. I mean, that's kind of the point of the early engagement, right, to get a feel. So we will need to build that in to part of our consideration process as well.
Thank you. And of course, some of that will come with formal consultation as well, becomes a part of that process. But when we're at that design stage, I could see that as being useful to say, do you want us to carry on down that path or not? So that's good. Sorry, I'll let you guys carry on.
Shall we go to the next one?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Did you want to answer that?
Oh, yes. Shall we do that by showing the next? Oh,
okay.
hang on. Yes. I suppose to answer, it also links into data gaps. One of the things that we have up here, and this is exactly one of the things that we need to determine is, do we need to dig deeper? Do we need to do further engagement on certain topics? These are things that, would like to start now, to discuss now. Yeah.
No, thank you. And let's perhaps have a bit of a discussion around the management recommendations in general. For me, I'm supportive of those, but feel free if anyone has a differing view or a comment on that. I would like to get an understanding more from the community on economic development. I think that's particularly as it's one of our pillars. I think that we need to understand better what our community would like us to do in growth and economic development in general. I would also like to dig in about council, parks, reserves, facilities that has come through as a really clear theme. That theme, which I'm certainly open to, will come at an expense. So I would like to make sure that our community understands that, so we don't race off into a direction that our community ultimately, with formal consultation, will be unhappy with when they understand what the cost might be. I'm not sure on how we best do that, but I think that is really important from my perspective. Because we have this tool now, and this is probably a question to the team, is there the ability to be doing, using that tool to be doing some quick fire, we're doing some more targeted things, building a tool for that, getting some feedback, because an advantage of that could be keeping that engagement bubbling along as we're building the LTP. It's not, you've done your pre-engagement, you're not going to hear from us again until we've built it. I would love for there to be a mechanism where we get to test ideas with the community. This is what you've told us, this is what we're looking at. Are we on the right track? What might that look like? Because that's where the value comes in. So I'll pass to Peter after the answer to that. Thank you, Tim.
Yes, I think there's definitely scope for that. And it can even be simply with a yes or no option. It could be an A, B, C, D option. It could be true or false, or however you want to frame it. I'm pretty sure that the team can come up with some ideas around this.
Brilliant. No, thank you. And the gamification of some of this feedback, I'm hearing hugely positive results. It's keeping it short, keeping it easy for people to to do. So I'm super supportive of that. Sorry to keep you waiting, Peter.
No problem. You just keep on giving me more time to think of more questions. So, starting going backwards, because Scott just mentioned the parks and reserves and the community spaces, etc. And so some of the questions we could be going back and saying, well, if you want us to do more in these spaces, what are you prepared to give? And it may not be more rates, it might be more time or energy or something else like that. So I think that their engagement is really, really important. The big question I had, though, was, and it went back several slides, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow because you're doing so well there. And this is just, I've been super stoked with this. This is really great, and I see that we do need to keep on building on. But from the printed version, have we got some learnings from that about how we can do that better?
Yes, through you, Mayor Scott. Yes, we do. I think as a whole we had, in hindsight is a beautiful thing, right? And this is maybe a bit operational, but it was the most cost intensive, and we got the least submissions through it. So we may have to rethink how we do that. However, I'm also keeping, community feedback in my head is that we need to be inclusive. We should not only focus online, we also need to focus on print. So how we do that in the future, we might have to reconsider, maybe scale it back a bit. But yes, we definitely need to reconsider how we do that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're collecting data, which it's 445 results came back out of a possible, 18,000 people. So to scale, at least we've got a starting point. So I'd like to know, the question is, when we didn't have this way of doing it, how many results did you get?
Last time round, we had an early engagement. We had 24 community events. This time round, we had no community events. The bulk of the submissions that we had came in through the community events, and there were about 280. And that was over a period of 4 weeks. Like I said, we only had about 2 weeks.
Yeah, but that's 100% increase, so
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah, it is. And
So we're only going to get better, aren't we? And fine tune it. Because Dannyvik looks like, Dannyvik, they like to write a letter, but Woodville and Paiatua, they like to drop a token. I mean, you've covered it all. And then the young ones, but that's where it's a little bit leading when you say 79% of ratepayers online, you know what I mean? 79% of 20 people is, But I'm not going to criticise. I'm commending you on what you're doing. But I think once we get this beast in control and you're driving the bus well, I think this is going to be, very helpful for our long-term planning. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Scott. Before I give the mic to Kimberly, who wants to add something, I'd also like to put things in perspective a bit. We did a really large consultation on local water done well, and we had 90 odds or close to 100 submissions for that. So just to put things in perspective,
That was my addition, was just around local water done well, and it was 83 total submissions for a really large decision. So for 445 for an early conversation, we're relatively happy with that.
And just to add one, I'll go to Peter in a second, and thanks for raising the differences between what numbers we got before. I think that's really important, and I was going to ask about that too. The interesting thing, though, is we would have had a lot more than the number that we got had it not been for the wonderful gift that we got from central government. So that was a high number in spite of. I think it conceivably we could have got absolutely double that number if that momentum had have stayed, but that wasn't to be. And that's why I think some of the extra targeted stuff could be really handy. The other thing I reflect on is the early engagement in the last term for the LTP and all of the community events, and like many returning councillors, I went to a lot of those. Staff members went to a lot of those. The time and the cost for half the result is extraordinary. You know, it's absolutely extraordinary. We certainly put a lot of effort in the last LTP and got very little response. A lot of people just don't engage with local government. And the fact that you were able to, at a low cost, create a tool that got the results that you got in spite of the government reform announcements is a huge credit to the team, like a huge credit. You should be so incredibly proud of yourself, and it's looking at where that might go. I'm really excited to see that. So I'm certainly excited, but thank you. I'll go Corin and then Peter.
And just to, I suppose, build onto that too, if you think about a population of about 18,000, a statistically relevant sample is about 370 or above. So I think if we're in that space, we're in a space where we're getting a return, which should give us at least a good feel of where we need to be. We always want more, and you're 100% right. I mean, if you look at in terms of the number of people who can vote at the local elections, who choose to vote, that's always lower. We're working in a difficult space, so to get engagement up in that level, I think is great, and it's groundbreaking the way we're doing it, and I think it's taking us in directions that we haven't been, and I haven't necessarily seen in other councils. I think we're getting some really good stuff, and I think it's just going to keep on building, which is great.
Absolutely. My mate from the Far North District Council, Mayor Moko, I see he's made an announcement of a tool that will be based on participatory budgeting, which I was like, wow, what an innovation. I need to send my mate a message and say, great, we'd like a credit, please.
Through you, Chair, I've just got a quick note that over that 6-week period, we were running the long-term plan engagement where we had 445 responses, the amalgamation engagement where we had 550 responses, and our community voice survey that measures resident satisfaction where we had 120 responses. So over a period of 6 weeks, we engaged with over 1,100-ish people. I'm not good at maths, that's why I do comms. So it was a huge period of engagement. We're really stoked with our community for the way that they showed up across multiple conversations at a really busy time of the year.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Yeah, extremely well done. As you know, I've been fairly cynical about engagement, having experienced several over the last 16 years, most of which was a lot of work and effort and cost by a lot of people for very little return. And it made one feel a bit cynical about the whole purpose of carrying out the exercise. So, well done, congratulations. I do want to pick up on one thing, though. You mentioned the additional cost of a paper, using paper for results. I take it most of the paper returns were by older people. Is it your intention to cut back on getting feedback from older people?
Through you, Mayor Scott, no, certainly not. I do think that we need to rethink a little bit how we do it, but no, certainly we need, and this is also, like I said before, community feedback has said we need to be inclusive. We need to make sure that that mechanism is still there. So we will keep it in there. We just might need to rethink how we do it. And I can't answer how we're going to do that yet, but we'll come up with something.
Alison.
Thanks, Ms. Scott, and thank you, comms team, for all of this. I'm just loving it. I was lucky enough to be at a meeting last week to kind of hear a tidbit of this presentation today, so I'm real fortunate for you guys. But I'm just curious if in previous engagements, if younger people have had their say prior to this, and just a follow-up after.
We probably don't have that information on hand, but anecdotally we could say the numbers of younger people engaging have been lower. Where we might see a shift in this is if we are out doing physical events and we have some of those conversations with younger people. However, the challenge in doing in-person events is it's actually really hard to capture verbal conversations that are had by the various people there representing council. So you don't always bring all of that information back with you, lock it in and capture it. So I think the difference in this time is that we were able to capture it and lock it in.
Just a comment, if that's okay. Yeah, just in the report, a lot of it included some of the letters from Tocho. And for me personally, they outlined only a small margin of rangatahi in our area, but it was very valuable in terms of understanding common themes moving forward. And I think in future, going directly to schools could be a way to understand their perspective on things. Shouldn't be a one-time thing only. It just happened that I was going to that school to discuss council when the budget challenge was a thing. So it was quite cool how that aligned really nicely. Thanks.
And just, and I'll come to Steve in a second, it is one of the advantages of having a portfolio system that you have license to be going in to promote these things. And the best way sometimes we can get into those communities is to be using those relationships with schools and with others to really drive and make sure that we're getting that feedback from those communities, and that has been done really well in this engagement and others. But I think that is a key responsibility for that, which is exciting. Steve.
Yeah, on those same lines, I was looking at what they want to expect from a council, what our core business is. But when we were young, we would run all the Bluebeak discos run by the Lions, and there was amazing things that were happening all the time. But none of that was run by the council. That was run by people of this district. You empowered, and that's the trick. Okay, the policeman, we had Bob Dresser, God bless him, we didn't have any problem. But the police run the Bluebeak discos. The kids had something to do, but what I'm trying to say here, I don't want young people to look, it's a council, we're going to see the council. We're not going down that road. We want to empower the people. The people will make this district, not the council. The council will help, but not empower the people to have the organisations. That's where it's got to go the other way around. You can't have it, And we've done it before, and the people out there, there's a few of them in this room that are all engaged in events that are all volunteer. So I think, we've got to make sure we don't cross that line, is what I'm saying.
It'll be great because we'll all be part of that process. So for sure. Kishan.
Tēnā korua. I've loved seeing the results like that. It's super easy for me to read, and I think it's going to be great for particularly young people to be able to see, in plain English what's going on and what people prioritise. I've got a couple of questions. Is there any way that you may be able to make the results into like a real form where you sort of speak to them how you have today? Because I feel like that's like when you've compared your early engagement results from the last period to now, just with the numbers, how you responded to Steve, that was super helpful. And I think that the community should also be congratulated in that sort of thing. And I guess the next question was, what's next for the budget challenge? What are the improvements that you might make to the online thing? And what are some other things that you want to add on to it to find in the next round? Like, are we just going to leave it at that after you close this all up here, or will it continue, or is there a way to extend the program? Like, what are your guys' next steps and dreams in this space?
Through you, Mayor Scott. Yep, I think one area that we definitely could explore is the data gaps that we've just talked about. So we can drill down on some of the things where we've heard conflicting information. For example, economic development. We can do really quick, outreach to the community. Yes, no. What do you think of this? A, B, C. These are the options. What do you choose? So yes, we can definitely drill down a bit on some of the things that have come out of it. What was your first part, eh?
Can you make a reel of the results?
Yes, we
can.
can.
A real quick one, because
Yes.
I'm a TikToker as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Sounds like we
Yes,
just got a volunteer.
that's right. Yes, that's it. No, 100% we can. Yeah.
30 seconds max.
If I could just add to that as well in terms of improvements, some of that work's already happening. So as Carsten alluded to earlier, we've used the methodology for creating the budget challenge as the basis for how we are engaging with our communities now. So when we developed the amalgamation quick views form, where people could quickly share their views with us without having to fill in a 5-minute survey, it's also been used to develop a Rate My Owner app that people can use to encourage them to register their dogs and get their dogs to rate them as a dog owner. It's also been used in our engagement that we are currently running around a review of council-owned properties. So we've built a really quick feedback tool that people can use to understand how we assess those properties and then share their views on that really, really quickly and with ease, while still providing printed versions of that. And we've got a few others in the pipeline. So we're definitely using the methodology in everything that we're doing now.
Yep. Through you, Mayor Scott. Yeah, like I said before, it's basically set a benchmark for how we do things in the future. And this is the standard, and we're learning from it, and we're going to build on it, and we're going to use it all the time.
That is awesome. Peter?
Just a couple of quick things. My dog had better rate me really well. Are we doing anything where we can ask people if they would like to be involved in more surveys, and we can capture their information and then do direct communication with them? So me as a concerned ratepayer, I'd love to be on a consultation list, so that when you do want to come out and ask, you can send a direct survey to me that says, hey, we're doing this survey on the Pahiatua Recycle Centre, for argument's sake. Does this impact you? Would you be interested in doing a response to it? Because I don't think we've captured people's information at the moment deliberately, but the option should be there for those that want to be able to be captured. As a thought.
Through you, Mayor Scott, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Great, some consideration. Chris and then Steve.
Thank you, Scott. Couple of questions, and some might go to Corin on this, but with a lot of what council does and people's understanding of council's job and the total pieces of things that they spend money on and what they do, generally, and this is very high level, I think in some way people would like to see even a little bit more granular detail to some pieces. That's just some thoughts there, if there's anything. And then another part around, with the values and direction that we're getting from people, how do we instill these to our staff in council? A little bit there.
Through you, Chair. So I think a key bit of that is that second point, right, about the comments logged and referred to relevant teams. So that needs to happen. I'll be keen for us as we get into this in a bit more detail and start to understand those to actually talk about those at the wider leadership group as well, because I think it's what this is a really valuable information source, and we need to actually make sure that we use that and understand that, and then help us to move where we want to go. And there'll be positive and negative in that, right? So it's also important that where there's positive stuff, we celebrate that and acknowledge that and don't sacrifice that, and then take the learnings as well. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Scott, if I may add to that, Chris, thanks for your question, and about getting down to granular details on things. Actually, this tool has really shown us where we need to do some more education. It's actually the last point on this slide. So it has really shown us, and this is just an example, there's a lot of misunderstanding out there of why people pay dog rego and what it's for. There's still a lot of information about what rates pay for. Can we drill down into this a bit more with education programs? So the tool has actually showed us some really valuable information in that space, and we definitely plan to do some more education programs about targeted topics based on that.
Thanks. So just I also had that as a question or a suggestion about dropping things into a more granular level, and I'm not sure if this is what Chris meant, because you've sort of answered part of it for me. One thing I saw, when I jumped in to play around with the tool, is some of the areas are quite wide. So running of council as an example, transport, there's a lot of activities within that grouping. And it's difficult because there's a real balance between making it user-friendly, that people are actually going to want to quickly give feedback. And I'm not expecting an answer now, but one thing I'd really love some consideration on is, for those that want to dig into it in more granular detail, have the tool set up so you could have one slider as an example for the budget challenge that does that group, but then you could click to then go in and actually make adjustments within it. Because someone might say, for example, I want more spent on unsealed roads, I want less cents spent on this, and I want footpaths to go up, and I'm willing to sacrifice this. And actually, as a council, that's often how we're looking at things within a wider group budget, and within that there's trade-offs. Now, I think that would turn off a lot of people if they had to do it, but it would be interesting for those that want to dig down, just that and it is always a balance. It might be hard to do, but I'd love some consideration for some people like digging into the detail even more, so that would be really cool. Steve, you had a question?
It's a comment, yeah. Going back to what Peter was saying over this side, you look at the layout you've got for the Bush Telegraph this week, or when it's coming out. That's very informative, and then there's information there, and that's the same way you're going to be going. So if somebody doesn't know something from this council, I think you'd have to be pretty wide between the ears, That's my personal opinion.
Okay, team, so we've got that, and on your next slide, I think you've got some dates. One thing I just want to check with everyone, for me, this all seems absolutely logical. I'm in support of this. Does anyone have any concerns with the next steps that are proposed by the communications team, or want to discuss this? Is there any objections to this as a way forward as next steps? Kishan?
No objections, but with the school students receiving an acknowledgement, I would like for both Alison and I to be involved in that as process, if that's all right.
Yep, that's awesome. And I'm certainly keen to be involved in those steps, but if we could add in the youth portfolio into that part, would be great. Cool. So there seems to be there seems to be support for that. Karsten and Kimberly, do you guys want to make any final comments?
Perhaps one final comment, and I'm aware that both Dana and Sandy are in the room, but one big lessons learned was to involve our customer engagement team in this, and that we will be doing for major engagements and consultations in the future, because a lot of the submissions that we had were to the physical versions of the game. So don't underestimate that. We've been talking a lot about the online tool, but it was also, we got a lot through the physical version of the game, and that's partly due to the customer engagement team, which really got in behind the comms team on this. So many thanks.
Thank you. And just my final comments is, I have mentioned that you should be proud of yourself, so I reiterate that. I still distinctly remember you coming in when we first talked about this, and you were challenged to find different ways of engaging people, and then you pulled out the draft, Kimberly, which was done with very, very little cost. This is probably a key example for me of a can-do attitude. We're not a council that has a huge budget. We don't have the ability to bring in perhaps some of the expensive ways of doing things that other councils do with poor results, frankly. But you were challenged to find a way to be able to engage people with no extra budget, effectively. You've actually done it in a way that has engaged people strongly throughout the process. You've had to jump on unforeseen engagements and do those incredibly well, but you've done them for a lower cost. Not just have you not spent more money, you've got a much better result at a lower cost. It exemplifies really what we have been asking council to do. So I just wanted Karsten to you and your team, Kimberly, for the work that you're doing, to give you our sincere thanks, and we will be asking for more of it now we've seen what you can deliver. So thank you both very much. With that, team, we will have a break. Definitely time for a break. So we will be back at 11:45. Okay, welcome back everyone. Hope you had a nice break. We'll move on to the next part of our session, so welcome Rebecca up to the table.
Kia ora koutou. Lovely to be back again with you. I am here to discuss two items today on the agenda. The first is the response and next steps to the strategic framework, the draft strategic framework, in response to the feedback from the community. And the second is to continue the performance management framework discussion that we began a couple of weeks ago. So I'm just logging in, apologies for my tardiness, just logging into the Teams meeting so that I can share my screen. Got so many documents open, You received late last week just a brief document discussing the feedback that came through on the strategic framework with some suggested edits. So this is what we will be talking to. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Here it is. Got it. Okie dokie. So essentially, I'm going to take this document as read, and Carson and Kimberley introduced you to the discussion earlier on around the feedback that came through on the draft strategic framework. Just as context, this is the piece that talks about your community outcomes, which are a requirement by the Local Government Act, and that everything that you do in the LTP needs to work towards progressing those community outcomes. And you have also identified your strategic pillars and a vision statement as part of that framework. So you went out to the community getting feedback from them on the different aspects of your framework. So your vision, a future-focused district backed by a trusted can-do council. Your strategic pillars as drafted, affordability and efficiencies, reputation and identity, and resilience and growth. And then your community outcomes. Affordable, efficient core services that deliver clear value, trusted leadership and meaningful community voice, and a resilient, prosperous district with opportunities for people and business. So this was part of the game that Carson and Kimberley prepared for early engagement, and the feedback that came through, as mentioned earlier, was overall positive. Quite a high level of general positivity, but the main feedback that came through was that the one bit that some people felt had not quite nailed it was the reputation and identity pillar. As Kimberley said, submitters felt that it should be that, a good reputation should be the outcome of doing the basics well rather than being a goal in its own right. So the team sort of took that and looked at how perhaps some words that could better reflect what council intended by that. The wording there of the heading of that pillar, and came up with the words trust and engagement. Felt that perhaps more accurately portrayed what you had intended when you drafted up that pillar. And you'll note that there's no suggested change to that little explanatory note underneath. It's just the heading that just didn't seem to quite resonate with many people. So why this works? Trust is earned. It focuses on the behaviours within council's control, and then reputation naturally follows, which is what you were sort of trying to get at in your choice of wording in the draft. So I just asked the team to just mock up how that would look on the actual designed framework or designed draft, and like I say, the little explanatory comment doesn't need to change, just a suggested change to that heading. So I'll open it up to you for comments. Do you think that that's a better heading for that pillar, or have you got any other ideas?
I'll kick off. No, thank you for that, and the feedback was really helpful actually as it was coming through to understand as people viewed it, how they saw it, and it was actually, there were quite a lot of comments about that heading. And as soon as I read it first, I thought, no, they've misunderstood that. That's not what I meant. And then I took a step back going, lots of people are misunderstanding that. So perhaps we haven't got it quite right. Absolutely, trust and engagement is what I was intending. When we first talked about this, for our community, absolutely affordability and efficiencies has come through really strongly on the feedback for this, but also in the budget challenge. Resilience and growth, we still have some discussions to go on the growth side, and that was some of the more targeted feedback to really understand what our community is hoping for us to achieve there. But trust and engagement comes through all the time. I think we saw that as reputation and identity, but absolutely that's more of the outcome. If we get this right, then that's what will naturally flow. I thought that this might need more change, but actually when I was looking through it, the subtext and the outcomes and what this means for the community wasn't commented on in the feedback as needing to change. It really was talking about that heading and then what people inferred through that. Personally, I think that this hits the mark even better than what it did, and it also shows that yes, we've understood what the community said, and we're not going to always get things right, and that's okay. And it probably is where that pillar becomes most important, that we can reflect on it. Does anyone else have any other views? Do we have Peter?
I don't have a contrary view at all. It makes me look at reputation identity and say, that was the outcome. We were trying to hope that we had a good reputation with a strong identity, but when you look at it, it doesn't fit the words underneath. So I can understand why the community's done. And at the time, I think we were thinking about the trust and engagement, and we just put the wrong words at the top there to sum it up. So I'm totally fine with it. I think it's miles better.
Does anyone have a contrary view? This might be a really quick session, perhaps. So we have a level of comfort. This will obviously come back to council for adoption. This isn't about decision making. It's about making sure that we give appropriate direction to staff. But it appears that there's no further direction on that, Rebecca. So there's a level of comfort.
Great, thank you. Just one more thing to note on this before we move on. There was some feedback around, not being able, that's not concrete enough, and that there were no KPIs and no ways to measure it. And I think that comes down to the fact that we have not, when we took this out to the community, we didn't show it in the context of the full performance framework, which is what we're talking about more today, and how those strategic pillars and community outcomes filter down all the way down through the layers, like we showed in that slide a couple of weeks ago, where everything from the vision has to be aligned and have that line of sight. So feedback noted, but it is not to say that that doesn't exist. It's just that it wasn't visible to the community, and that when we go back to them, we can explain how this is the top level of that wider framework, and that there will be measures and targets connected. So just wanted to kind of close that loop off with you guys in case you had noted those comments around measuring the performance.
Could I just add, and it's probably going to happen, but just an extra little bit to that. I think so you're right, we do have measures. I think what we do need to do, and this might be for the comms team to give some consideration to, is I think that the best way for us to respond to this will be over time actually showing people how we are performing against those measures, because that's important to many of us. We talk about KPIs and how we're tracking towards them. So I think that would be a really helpful part of, as we get some data coming in that is directly related to the strategic framework, good, bad, or otherwise, we are transparent with that and show people how we're tracking towards it. That would be very good. Any other comments, Chris?
Thank you. Just a comment, and you mentioned it there, but the word transparency comes to mind all the time whenever I look at this. It's not in our values, but it's definitely something we stand for. So if there's somewhere to do something like that, as far as I could see, it was sort of missing.
So just having a look, thanks Chris, because we do talk a lot about transparency and we're working hard to live that. Perhaps that could be a bit of direction for final adoption, as within what it means for the community. We've got our Communities Trust Council to lead with integrity, transparency, listen early, but add the word transparency within there. Kishan?
I'm comfortable with it being in puno, in one of our values, and that being the base of this whole thing. Yeah. And like puno, like I actually didn't realise that transparency was in there, but when you were saying that, I thought that easily it could be added into the value of puno.
And as long as we are referring back to that, probably is a bit of a wider bit, and thanks for raising that, Kishan, that we need to make sure that the values aren't seen as separate to our strategic framework. So now that we've said that, we sort of need to hold ourselves to account that our values are a part of our strategic framework. Cool.
Excellent. So if there's no more to cover on that, we will bring, as Mayor Scott said, we will bring an adoption report back to you later on this month to just finalise that as the basis for the LTP planning. So thank you for your guidance on that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks very much, Rebecca. Yeah, Steve.
Do you think it would be helpful for people that are not of or can't read Maori language, that we could have the English underneath those values? No, that's the description, but the word punu, like...
Kisha?
I think that Māori words are they mean more than one thing. So to put a label under it wouldn't be a wise choice of council to be able to use it in the capacity that we're trying to use it, because we're using it in the way that the translation is underneath it, but to many others it's used in different ways. So I think that it's clever and wise of council to leave it as it is, and that for us the translation of puno is what's written underneath the Māori word.
So it's almost the way that I saw it, and thanks for raising it, Steve, is almost the translation is just much bigger than one word, because of the way puno means a lot more than just one English word would have. So that translation is what is below. That's the way that I'm reading it. Excellent. Thanks very much, Rebecca. Really appreciate it, and look forward very, very much for this to come back to council for final adoption. But also just as a thank you to staff, although this isn't approved yet, it has been clear the direction, particularly our future-focused district backed by a trusted can-do council. I'm hearing can-do used a lot, and I'm seeing evidence of us actively showing that attribute, and I'm really grateful for the buy-in that we've already had to council's direction, so thank you. Excellent, thank you very much, Rebecca. In a moment, are you presenting the next part as well? I'll hand back to you.
So today we're picking up where we left off a couple of weeks ago. We did spent some time in the last workshop on performance framework, giving the context around what it is, why it's important and how it works. So I'm not going to revisit that today. Last time we went through the transport group, the waste management and minimisation, emergency management and regulatory services. And today we are going to cover off community facilities and recreation, strategy and policy, and the community group. So just a little couple of slides to kick us off, just to revisit again. You've seen this one, but we're really getting into the thick of LTP thinking and working at this point in the year, and the conversations around performance service levels and the targets that you place on that is going to feed into budget discussions around resourcing your levels of service as well. As I mentioned last time, we're looking for your feedback on the drafted first cut review of these performance measures and your level of comfort with that first cut review. There will likely be tweaks and things that need to be made further down the track, but this is the first cut, so no decisions today. So we're going to head off into these activities and groups now. I'm just going to change the order up slightly just due to staff availability. So I'm going to bring the community group.
I've just got a question from Sharon.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just trying to clarify, are we not touching on the council-wide customer service measures?
Yes, we will do that after we've finished going through the groups of activities.
Okay.
But then we're going to talk about the council-wide customer service conversation. Is that right?
It's cool. I'm just following the agenda, so.
Oh, sorry, I haven't actually seen the physical agenda, but
it's all good.
It's the following slides. It's going to come.
I do have some comments on it, so I don't want to miss.
Yeah, cool. All right. So if I can invite we're going to start with community, and Karsten's activity of communications is first on that list. So if you want to just flick through to the last group on the list, and I'm going to switch up my screen here. Yep, the big papers. Yep. Now, as I mentioned last week, I'm putting this up on the screen. It's going to be pretty difficult to read on the screen, so that's why you've got your printouts. But for those who are following along, I'll try to manage it so that it's semi-readable. So with the communications measures, the team has essentially, they felt that the last set of measures weren't very useful, so they are proposing to use a new set of measures that are more meaningful. And I think I'll hand over to Carsten if you've got any preliminary comments, or otherwise we will just take questions or comments from the floor.
Let's do that.
Okay, questions and comments from the floor.
What might be helpful first is, and I'm actually just trying to find it on my iPad. I think what might be handy is for a quick talk through what they are and what the rationale is for having those as the performance measures, because and look, you can group them a little bit, but what I'm keen to understand is why the other ones perhaps didn't work and what you're trying to achieve with the new. You don't have to go line by line.
So previously we had a performance measure in there about submission numbers, and we're proposing to change this or take this out because we felt that a lot of the things did not really reflect on how we performed as a team, but they were really outside of our control. I'm just giving you an example here. Is during the last LTP, we had between 400 and 450 submissions, and about 2/3 of those were in favour of the Pahiatua pool, because people were very passionate about that. And that was really outside of our control. And if people are very passionate about something, they will go for it. So we felt that this is one reason why we felt that that performance measure did not quite hit the mark.
No, thanks for that. Just the only thing I think we should consider is I don't want you to sell yourself short. And so I certainly understand we may sometimes have outliers that drive really, really strong engagement. But I just reflect a little bit on the discussion we had earlier today with the amount of time and effort that had gone into previous engagements and the response rate, which was not particularly high in some, and then the change, and this was directly influenced by the comms team, finding a different way to be engaging with our community and the high level of submissions or this high level of engagement that we had. So that is, I don't know, something that perhaps I'm keen to make sure in some way that the team is recognised and we're incentivising that sort of innovative thinking. So just as a thought. Peter.
Yeah, so on the proposed change of 1.1, you've got percentage of responses provided within 32 hours during business days. I'd be inclined to just reword that to provide within 32 business hours. Yeah. Yes. Okay, just a little one. And do you want me to carry on with others as well while I'm here? So there's no reporting requirement on section 2.1. Is that going to probably go into the quarterly annual report as well?
Yes, it will be. That's obviously
Just missing.
an error. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I made a note because I remember reading this 2 weeks ago now, and I'm trying to remember. My brain's going, oh, I made these notes 2 weeks ago. Now I'm trying to figure out what my notes mean. I put down here year on year, and do we have usage stats? So that was under 3.1. So so we ranked currently. That's coming back to me. 24th out of 80 councils at the moment, and so we want to increase our rank by at least one ranked position for the next 5 years. So I just felt like something about year on year, how we're performing against the previous year and the next year and things like that. So Yeah, I'm going to leave you to try and figure out what I mean.
Are you saying, sorry, through you, Mayor Scott, are you saying you would rather the wording be something like
Year on year.
increase by at least one ranked position
Year on year,
year
probably.
on year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my brain's gone fried on that. So.
That's fine. We'll I'll give you a second for it to unfry itself.
Also, one other note is around the sub points on 2.1, where the first bullet point says Facebook includes clicks, likes, views, and shares and saves, and the second bullet point is LinkedIn. The brackets from Facebook should actually just be copied straight into the LinkedIn one. So the LinkedIn also includes clicks, likes, views, shares, and saves, rather than reactions and comments and reposts. I think that was just a quirk of the drafting process. Apologies for that.
Just as a more general one, I mean, these are fine. The thing that I'm probably struggling with a little bit, it goes to my original comment of, are the service performance measures rewarding and driving the things that we are really pleased that we're seeing? So, there's certainly been a high level of praise for the budget challenge. I know on Facebook and social media in particular, the way that we've been responding to community, particularly when we've had controversial or potentially reputationally damaging situations, the noise of that has been reduced dramatically because of the positive way that the team's been engaging with the community. And we've had some doozies already that could have blown up and been much, much worse and created more anxiety in the community because of it. But getting out there and responding in a positive, proactive way. I'm not sure how to capture that, but I do see service performance measures, one, sure, of are we on the right track, but also the incentive to be driving what we're wanting to see as a governance team. And I feel that you'll be able to tick these off, but actually, if that makes sense, I feel there could be a bit more. I'll be keen for your thoughts on that, Carsten, then I'll go to Steve and then Peter.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, Mayor Scott. For us, the difficulty is in measuring this sort of thing, and we've been given a clear instruction, to have measurable targets. So, look, we can go back to the drawing board, and we can have a bit of a hooey within the team how we can tackle this. I really take your comments on board. Also about engagement. It's also really a tricky one, as I highlighted. Sometimes you have an engagement about rates and revenue policy, for example, or something which just does not resonate very much.
That's exciting stuff.
Yes. Is there anyone from the finance team? You see what I mean? So that's the underlying reason why we weren't happy with that. However, yes, you are right. We've made considerable improvements in how we do that. We've made improvements in how we deal with our social media. So how do we reflect those in our performance measures? That's the big question.
And I suppose it's not just, it's driving that to continue, and also, who knows, there could be changes that happen, down the track. It's making sure that we keep the focus on something that is really clearly linked to our strategic framework. For us to be successful in our strategic framework, particularly in the second pillar that we're looking at renaming, communications is going to be a critical part of that and how we're building trust and engagement with our community. So if we're saying that that's really important to us, I want to make sure that we have a mechanism to be monitoring that really well, celebrating the success or learning from where we might be able to lift that. Perhaps we'll give that a bit more thought. I also don't know how to do it, so I understand what the difficulty is. Steve?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at 3.1 and the way the languaging is. That's going to take 56 years to get to 80 or down to 1. Because, yeah, so the way I'm reading it, we're 24th out of 80, right? So 24 years, and we're ranking, say, 24 till now, you know. Increasing by at least 1. Why can't we increase by 5? You know, we want value for money. Yeah, that's the like I see this. I mean, to me, that's very unachieving. I want results.
So I take your point, councillor, and I think the issue or the challenge here is right that so we're 24th out of 80. A lot of those councils are a lot bigger than us, with a lot more resource and a lot more money. So for us to set an ambition to get to number 1, I think is unrealistic. To have an ambition to improve and punch above our weight is a realistic thing for us, and then it's finding out how to express that. But you know, we're up against Auckland Council, and they have the ability to drive a lot into their online presence to actually achieve those results.
Well, you've actually just mentioned a measure in there. So we should be finding out where we should be sitting with a council of similar size and what's their measure. You know what I mean? So we're apples for apples.
I agree, but we may find out that we should only be 30. So I would rather that we keep on trying to get, but I would rather if we're 24 now, that we keep on trying to improve, rather than say, let's find out where we should be. Let's make sure that we are improving. And we can absolutely do that rationalisation in the background to understand that, but I would want us to keep on improving.
And I think, thanks for both the question and for the answer there. This one was really interesting for me because I get the point. Like, right, we want to take big step changes. A key part, if we're generally happy with an area, it's having a mechanism that we don't just stand still, because sometimes if you stand still, you go backwards in real terms. It's taking that, and remember it says at least, so it'd be great if we saw ourselves jump up 5 spots. There was something I read the other day, and it was a former colleague of mine in the training space, and he just won an award, blimmin' good at what he does, and he was interviewed and asked, you know, how he's doing that, and he said every training session he does, he aims to be 1% better than what the last training session was. It's not a massive change, it's just what's that one thing I could improve on, and then, you know, you do 100 sessions and you're twice as good as what you were before. And so I sort of see this as being a similar mechanism. I think that the team can jump 5 places, but also there's a whole lot of other constraints. So no, thanks for that, Corin. Sharon.
Thanks, Ms. Scott. This is something of really keen interest for me when it comes to some of our customer service measures, which I'm keen to talk about soon. I concur with some comments being made, Karsten, that those of us who've sat around the table for a wee while will know how many leaps and bounds have been made in this area. And it's great that you've deleted all of the old ones, but I think we're still missing some key elements in what will help us achieve some of those pillars that Rebecca's. And the one thing it's come to mind, I don't know how we do it, but you guys are pretty clever with your tools now. you reflect in here about social media and effectively using it. A measure of effectiveness for social media for me is, did we nip whatever it was going on in the bud with some accurate information and it was resolved? It had a bit of a spike and then it went away. Is there a way we can use that effectiveness? Because social media could go on and on and on and on if it's left. And I think that's an, yeah, it did. It used to do that. And that's the improvement that I think we need to put a little bit more thinking into some of these measures to reflect. Accessible use of website. Well, the number of people who tell me they have no idea how to find stuff on the website because it's so confusing compared to others, but I don't know what that is. And so I think we have an opportunity here to absolutely nail some key measures which month on month, and that's where I'm going to come to, Rebecca, when we talk about the measures, is we can see the trending. We don't wait for a year for some of this tick in the box stuff that you're referring to. Scott, we have a fantastic opportunity. You guys have demonstrated you can do it. Let's absolutely nail some of these. So, as I said when we first started having this rhetoric, Rebecca, I'm trying to look at it. Does this add value to our ratepayers? What are they going to see when they see those measures? My last question is, why do we not have any mandatory ones? I find it fascinating. No, I know, but there is no mandatory measures required in this area. Yeah. So I guess I'm offering a challenge. I think we could nail this a little bit better, because I think if I look at what the ratepayer is seeing now, and as I said to you in the lunch break, Karsten, I've never seen such a buzz around the interest in council, be it the reforms that's done it or whatever, but let's capture that and let's use that as our benchmark and find measures that reflect improvements in that. I haven't given you a solution, I haven't rewritten them, but I'd like to see a little bit more nailing of some of the things we know we can do.
No, I think these are really good directions that I'm getting from you all, and so we'll bring these back to the team and see what we can come up with. It won't be easy, but we've had other challenges, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, through you, me, Scott, you're on the right track. These are much. When I look at those old ones, I thought, how the hell did we sign those off? Because we didn't know any different, and it was a tick in the box. But now I think we're starting to get a better picture of what the possibilities are.
And please don't take any of it as a criticism. It's actually the contrary. So I'll go Kashan, then Peter.
Yeah, just to add on what you've said, Sharon, I think, are we able to see if people jump on the website and they find what they're actually looking for? Surely we have that sort of information somewhere, because I've seen it before, like if people have scrolled and then actually haven't found what they're looking for, that could be a measure of whether we're successful or not in this space, and also whether what we're actually posting is relevant to our community. Is that what they want to see? How do we know that? If these are posts that people, I know that there's posts that we put out for information purposes and all that, but are there spaces that we're not quite hitting that could draw more people in and different community members? Because just because some posts might get 50 likes compared to 10, it might just be the same people anyway who are liking the other posts. So, and to me, that's not a measure of success, because we're not reaching our entire community. So yeah, I agree with what you've been saying, Sharon, but I don't know how to measure that either.
Yeah, so some of the thinking in changing the performance measures on social media, for example, is because of some of the things that you've said. Is that because what we previously had is we looked at how many people subscribe to our Facebook page, and that, that didn't hit the mark for a number of reasons. And I already think we have 8,000 plus subscribers. We have a population of 19,011 people, I believe. So we're already pretty high. So I think, if we revert back to engagement and use that as a measure, that of course we won't be able to do that for every post, but if we take that as a general, it hits the mark a little bit better in how we're progressing and how we're doing on social media, because we have this target set out for us now. So we'll be working towards that in how we deliver our social media content.
And, I don't know if there are tools out there, and I think where some of this comes down to is sentiment. And again, Sharon mentioned it at the start for people that have sat around for a while, for newer councillors, you've probably seen actually how good things are already. Even in the last term, I sort of saw the change from the older way of doing things to a newer way. And I think if we looked at the sentiment generally of our Facebook page when I first joined council, it was not a pleasant place to go. I would get often comments from people about how they just don't go near it or don't read the comments because it was just toxic and negative, and it was really unpleasant as a councillor to read it. That is not the same anymore. I jump on and look at the comments, and sure, you're not always going to get comments that agree with everything. That's important. That's okay. It's just that the ones that are completely wrong or negative are managed. People are answered. They're answered respectfully, even if it isn't put to council respectfully. And I actually see the community often will be self-managing the comments section because that level of trust in the way that we're communicating has gone up. That wouldn't have happened 3.5 years ago. It just wouldn't have. And I don't want us to lose that, and I want you and your team to know that that's important to council. And one way that we can show that that's important to council is by making sure that we put that as performance measures so we can monitor it, because we want to say keep doing it, which is really important. Peter.
Yeah, so actually the LinkedIn comments does include reactions, comments and reposts. So those are a different performance measure than Facebook. So that's how LinkedIn actually classifies them. So that's correct as it stands in there. So don't copy and paste it down. Scott just hit it on the head. It's the sentiment analysis that we need. And there must be some tools out there, I'm sure, for sticking across social media for capturing sentiment. And so if we can find some sort of measurement tool for that, that would be good. And the last thing before I let you was a lot of websites I go on to have a survey of, randomly they select, can you please provide, did you find what you were looking for today? How easy was it to find, and all that sort of stuff. And I would imagine that with your creative ability that you have in your team now, that wouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah, thanks for that, Peter, through you, Mayor Scott. AI is really good at sentiment analysis, so that's something that we could... yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Scott. So looking at the website, I do get a lot of comments about how it's hard to find anything. Having built websites, you can use Google Analytics to really deep dive into what people are using. When it's developed and built, you can get forms to basically, when someone highlights something, hovers something, or gets data, all that data is quite easily available if it's developed into the website when it's being built. And all of that information can feed back to say what people are finding if they're not finding what they want. One of the worst things to have to do on a website is having to go to the search bar and search every time you want to try and get something. And I know personally, if I want to go and look for something, generally on the website, I go to the search for what I want. Hopefully I get the keywords right and it brings up the right result. Otherwise you sit there scrolling through tons of information where things are measured, where things are mentioned, and it just gets really hard. And it is a hard thing to work on, but it's a redevelopment of, if it doesn't already exist in the back end of it, how it's been scoped and built, then it needs to be sort of looked at and added in. I think it can be done.
Yeah, I know, and we work a lot with Google Analytics, and actually, if I provide some reasoning why we chose this specific ALGIM ranking as one of the things that's important for us, is what we're facing now. It's the times are changing. People are not going to Google. People are not using the search function on our website. They are going to AI. So we need to redo this website. And the wheels are in motion for that. We are doing it, because that's what we've seen is about between 15 and 20% of people are actually searching for things through AI. So you need to make sure that your content is being picked up by AI and what is there is accurate. Because there are this can lead to problems for council if that's not the case. People look for certain information on AI, they get an answer. The AI has picked up the wrong information. People have taken that at word, they've taken action because of that, but it's actually wrong. So there's a large grey area there. So every council in New Zealand now, they're rethinking the way how they're doing their websites because of this.
And no, thanks very much for that. And I think one thing, and I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but AI is working very, very, very well with our agenda section of our website. And I quite frequently jump in to understand when perhaps we made a decision or what decision we made, or I remember maybe a few years ago, council talked about something. I can type that in general. I mean, I think I did it with Steve in my office the other day, and we didn't quite get what we needed, but it will pull up a whole lot of links, and often you'll get what you need. So don't know if that's intentional or how it's structured, but you're right. That's the next step of Google. Google search will basically just become AI soon, because it's diminishing so much. Alison, sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I'm just curious, Chris sort of already touched on it already, but I'm just wondering if we've considered using search engine optimization as a supporting performance measure. I've kind of have an idea of it from doing my uni studies on it through social and digital marketing, but I wonder if council has used that as a tool to, measure performance so that residents can effectively find accurate and timely information, as we've discussed. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Scott, yes, Alan, we have, and it's actually a really large component of this ALGIM ranking that we have is search engine optimization. Yeah.
Hopefully that gave some food for thought.
Lots.
And apologies. Thank you very much, Carsten. Thanks again to you and your team.
Next up is community development, and Sandy's going to speak to this one.
Kia ora koutou. So working through the previous measures, there were a number that weren't particularly clear about what we were measuring. There were some, as you know, and we've talked about, that related to some funding that was reduced from the last LTP and the levels of service reduced, but the corresponding measures weren't taken out. So going through those, we have removed all the previous measures on that basis. And I think it's helpful if I maybe just start with a little bit about how we thought about this. and the function and what it delivers. So I broke it into a couple of areas. The first one being the grant funding aspect of the function. So that's managing the contestable fund and supporting access to other funders through things like the Funders Forum and the grant finder on our website. The second part of the role is really relationship based. So relationships across our communities with iwi, community boards, community committees, and other agencies and communities. So that really supports the community engagement piece of this function, which supports council to reach out through those relationships that they have and effectively engage with those communities, or engage those communities in council decision making, and also vice versa, so that council can have a good understanding of those community aspirations through things like the community plans. We found it particularly challenging to find measures that would be meaningful to our communities across this function, things that we could specifically measure that would give effect to those really relational based aspects of the function. So appreciate that what we've come up with may not hit the mark. We really struggled. We looked across at what other councils had in their LTPs across performance measures. We really want these to speak to what the community are looking for from this function and what you all are looking for from this function. So we were just really keen to come today and get some direction and feedback from you all.
Thanks. I might just open up and might be a tiny bit provocative with this statement, and acknowledging the great work that Sarah did in this role, and I know it's a role that you're actively recruiting for. If we're struggling to understand what the community impact is, and if it is about supporting community committees to review a plan that they should own already, or supporting another function with their meetings. And I know it isn't just that, by the way, like I know it's not just that. But I would have to wonder whether we have the role structured right, is probably the best way to put it. I think if it is a function, I would be expecting to see some more measures from that. And perhaps it falls under part of another function, so that would make sense. But I just know that role's expected to do more. I jump back to some of them that you've crossed out, and I wonder if we are missing an opportunity as a council not to be exploring external funding in the climate that we're in. And I understand why that dropped away, and that was because we changed that role from when Kimberley was doing it. But we can't afford, and we're not going to be able to afford under a 4% rates cap to do a whole lot of stuff, and we're not going to be able to afford to support some of what our community wants us to do. Do we have a role in actually rethinking how we're getting external funding?
Thank you. So I think that this actually really nicely links in as well with the economic development conversation, because that is part of what we're thinking about. These two functions sit really closely aligned, economic development and community development. So I think that could also be an aspect to the economic development space.
And I'll come to you in half a second, Sharon. Because this is for the LTP and we have some real discussions, and I know we've had some discussions about that role and what it could do in the future as part of LTP decisions, are we premature in coming up with service performance measures because we don't know what this is going to look like, and potentially it's going to look significantly different? So are we actually looking at this way too early for this particular role?
Well, we haven't we've specifically left economic development out of this specific one for that reason, because no, we're not ready to have that conversation yet until we know more from our community, I think, and what they are looking for in this space. So that's probably why this also was quite challenging.
I suppose so. Just the answer, if we're not ready to have that and we see that those roles may be linked, is this something perhaps we could consider? And look, we'll get the rest of the feedback, parking until we actually know what this might look like. Now, I know economic development did come through. I mean, it's kind of definitely comes through in our strategic pillars. We do have a signal, even if it is mixed, from our community that we do want to do something. Yeah. Anyway, well, I'll let you ponder that, Sharon.
I'm just going to add to your pondering, Mayor Scott, because I think we are being premature here. What we're trying to create is measures around a role that historically we've had. We're obviously replacing for it. And if you look at the messaging that came from our early engagement around the diverse thinking of economic development, I think we have an opportunity here to have a role or function that generates money in our district. Now, that could be the way, it could be through external funding, it could be through marketing, it could be a whole catch-all. And I think we would be remiss in not putting a line in the sand saying this role has been created through a whole lot of different iterations that went back to COVID, for God's sake. We know that we've managed to find a role that has supported and done a whole lot of stuff. Maybe we now need to think, in the next 3 years, is that a role that we know the ratepayers generally want to have, or is it's bigger than what? So I concur, whether we park it, whether we say, no, let's just not look at this one at the moment. We do need to do some real thinking, though, around what it is that community was saying in that budget challenge and in the feedback, that we want this district to be thriving financially. Now, that can happen through a whole lot of different ways of doing it, but I don't think we've nailed that yet.
Yeah, I concur with that as well, but I don't want to see these current performance measures that you're proposing lost. So if we're parking them, they need to be parked, because we need to make sure that we are supporting those community committees and we are doing the civil defence community groups, etc. I did have one question on 1.1. If we're doing a community committee every 3 years looking at the community plans, how many community committees have we got? I thought we only had the two. Woodville and Pahia too, but is there more?
It's not just community committees, it's community boards, it's also Norsewood. Okay. Is there 6 or 7?
More than that. Yeah. So we'd need to be doing more than 2 every years with no scheduled reviews. Yeah, okay. If we're going to do that.
So, well, I mean, it's communities that have interest really in doing this. So we've worked with the Norsewood promotions, but if you look at the emergency management plans as an example, I think there's 17 of those. 13.
This is probably one for another whole discussion, but actually we have a real opportunity potentially to look at how we're doing things, and I think part of that needs to be a review of how successful the community plans have been that have been put in, noting that some towns, large towns, don't have one and have chosen not to. Some others have done one and probably haven't looked at them again. And some of that's not on council. It's not for lack of trying. So yeah, I think that's where this role is. I think that we need to really look at our direction for those functions before through you, Corin, looking at how we measure the performance, because I actually don't think that we've set the direction yet for those areas.
Through you, Chair, yeah. I mean, I completely agree, and I think that that's part of, what Sandy's bring to light here is that actually we haven't really settled on what we want to do. So therefore, it's really hard to set the measures, or we'll end up not measuring the right thing, or ending up having a conversation about measures which don't actually exist, so we'll just park them even though we've passed them through an LTP process.
And my sincere apologies, Sandy, because we're certainly not making your life easy. So thank you for the valiant effort of putting that in. But I think it has actually, which is a great thing, particularly for the LTP process. It's something that's highlighted that actually we are really keen to dig into. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Something that has just sort of been bubbling away in the back of my mind as I've listened to the conversation, there's a couple of things related. When we are looking at the results, looking at the reporting on our measures, there's more than one way to do that. One way is to just put percentages and number counts and whatever in a table and a tick and a cross of whether we've achieved or failed. And another way is to do that, but tell the story around that. And different councils do it different ways. Obviously, the storytelling part often takes time, and it can create more pressure on staff to do that storytelling and to pull the context together to provide that context to the outcomes. But that's often where the richness is and the real understanding. And that can be done in the annual report. There's nothing to prevent that from being done. So that is that's something to consider. And related to that, I'm just wondering, what is your appetite for using qualitative measures? So what we've been talking about here in terms of measuring where there's a percentage or a number of or a whatever, those are quantitative, where there's a quantity that you can apply, and at one level they're easier because there's a number and it's easy to see tick or cross. But again, for some activities and some work, it can be quite a wooden way of trying to determine how well you're doing. And quantitative approaches can allow you to explore that kind of more the narrative or the story kind of part of it, and can be allow for more reflection. So that's an option, and particularly perhaps with some of these more challenging activities, to kind of nail down to a number. Probably your average community development worker would not say that the impact can be measured by a number. So that might be something to consider. But before we do, have you got any thoughts on that?
Peter?
Yeah, I'm definitely in favour of qualitative, and I think with the AI stuff now and sentiment analysis and things like that, we can get to qualitative answers a lot more quickly than we would have historically, particularly if we set up the right parameters for what we want to do. I'd be reluctant to see you spending 20 hours to write a report that we review for 5 minutes. But, if you can do a report in 5 minutes because it's been set up the right way and then we can review it, then there's a lot more value. And we saw that from the budget challenge. The real gold was in the comments, which is qualitative analysis. So, yeah.
And look, you do have to be a bit careful, particularly in just using AI to do that, because depending on the inputs, it can give quite, yeah, it can be. And you know, we've been working through an example of that recently, that if you do a slightly different input, it changes the whole feel and the sentiment. So yes, as long as you put some guardrails, I'm really in favour of it. I'll tell you, probably, I don't know if I mentioned this when we first started looking at it. One of my big goals with all of this is actually we have something meaningful that we can govern based on. When we look at the last LTP, frankly, we didn't. So we would sit there, we would have these service performance measures come, and it would be a 5-minute discussion, because actually most of them were explained away because they weren't relevant for this reason or this reason or this reason. And the team still had to develop them, they still had to spend the time. But I think having qualitative information in there can help tell a story, but it helps us to be setting direction, monitoring, and making sure that the organisation is tracking in the way that we expect that it will, and giving operations the licence to actually get out there and deliver to those service measures.
Thank you. Dana is going to join us to talk about her activities. So customer services.
Welcome, Dana.
First up.
Do you want to do visit information? Because that probably leads quite nicely from economic development.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just saying maybe we do visitor information first, because I think that leads quite nicely from where we were discussing, if everybody's comfortable with that.
At the end of that page.
Yes, cool. So we haven't had a performance measure for visitor information before. It used to all sit, I believe, under economic development. But now that we have visitor information services operating within the Dannyvert Customer Service Centre, and we still have Eyesight, which obviously is a visitor information portal forum, we thought it was important to include something. So happy to discuss what this could or couldn't look like, or if there's a better way to phrase it. Happy to put any suggestions on this as well.
No, thank you. Just a quick one on this. I mean, that sounds fine. How are we capturing things, and I don't want to go to a super granular level with each task, but things that I think are done within that function, like what's it called? The calendar of events, which is, you know, well used. I use it every time it comes out, making sure that those things are done and that people are seeing value in them. I'm sure there's lots of those little tasks. The new resident welcome packs, things that people talk about being important, but I think they're quite a good one to celebrate in there. So how are we capturing that stuff? Is that within customer services or?
So we capture it not with any of these performance measures, but we do incorporate it as part of the report that goes to the Community Connections Committee.
I suppose it's trying to make sure that we are sending the signal that some of these things are important, or if they're not, we send that signal as well, by the way. So I think with the visitor information side, I'm quite keen for there to be a signal there. I just take on board what you're saying. It used to be part of economic development. Is this something that we should be looking at in conjunction with economic development? Because I'm always really hesitant, Dana, and I appreciate you putting this forward, but it's similar to the Sandy part where when I hear it was really hard to come up with them because we've moved them into this spot, it does make me go, do we need to do that other bit and then look at it a bit more holistically? I'm not sure.
Through you, the Mayor, that's kind of why I wanted to go to this one first, because I do actually think that it sits as something to be considered as part of what Sandy was talking about and economic development overall. From my perspective, visitor information is one component of economic development and doesn't really even hit the eyesight target. So where you were talking about the events calendar, that's really not part of necessarily visitor information and what visitor information is doing. And that's something that we're now having to really think about with Carol's departure and employing somebody as part of that role, because it's now a customer engagement representative role, not an eyesight specific role as well. So yes, those functions still need to sit across that area, but it's one component. Yeah. Does that make sense?
You know, I think it's certainly interesting as to where that's going to do. We were talking about the eyesight the other day, and my wife is giving me harsh demonstrations and say, do not remove the eyesight because it's valuable. There are people that are using it for all sorts of things like travel bookings, and there's all sorts of stuff that's done through the eyesight there that we don't even know about. And it's an area where we could be promoting it more, and it could be an area for economic development, absolutely. There's a lot of people in the community that really struggle with doing their travel bookings, and if they could go down there, and we haven't got a travel agent in Woodville, I don't think we've got one here, have we, or not, in Danny Beck? But
So we actually do travel bookings through the Dannevirke Customer Service Centre.
Yeah, okay, so those things are really important. I would question, my question originally before the conversation came along was, how are we going to measure this? You know, I agree with the fairly satisfactory, very satisfactory in the 90% target, but whereabouts do we report it? You know, is this going to be, from a visitor perspective, we have to capture them on the moment, if you know what I mean. There has to be a survey done straight away. For the rest of the population, is that going to become part of the annual survey? So therefore, do we need quarterly reports or not? To me, it's one of those things that maybe the comms team can do something, and we could get a monthly report or something to the to the community committee or something. But I don't know, it necessarily needs to step right back up to council. Yeah.
And that's exactly the conversation that Sandy, Rebecca and I have been having. It's like, where are we actually, how are we going to actually get this result? Is it through the community survey? Okay, well, you're going to be getting that information from community members, but not necessarily the visitors. So, yeah, that's why we've struggled a little bit.
Through you, Chair, yeah. So just picking up on something Peter said there, I think, so it strikes me that there's two parts of this conversation, right? Because locals using the eyesight for their travel bookings is not economic development. The other side, where people are coming into the district and booking to engage in activities in the district, is economic development. So there's actually two parts to this conversation, and that can lead you down lines, right? So what's the level of importance of the eyesight providing a travel booking service for locals as opposed to all those pieces? But we probably need to understand both of those pieces to then understand what we want to measure.
So I'll go to Chris in a second. And I think this will be the last bit on this particular topic, because I feel like we need to just put a little bit more thought. Well, not thought, I think there's been thought going into it. I think we need to link up some of that direction and see what we might be able to come up with, and that might be parking it for a bit until other decisions are made. Chris.
Thank you. There is a lot, like, we sort of look at what they do, and sort of to build our measures, we need to know more about what they get involved with, what else they're working on. But if we look at Ikitahuna, for instance, the information centre we've got there, is partially funded through council, but then also it funds itself through sale of stuff, and comes up with monthly reports to Ikaru and our town. So there is information there about how they run, how they do promote local businesses and things. A lot of people come to the area, they're new, they go to the information centre, find out what's going on. They get directed to stay there or go talk to that business or that. So it's already happening naturally there where they promote the local things. And we do get a lot of external people from all over the world coming in and stopping there. And they're happy to buy stuff from Ikaru for some reason. So, yeah, so it's sort of a comment, but yeah, I think you're right, it does need to be looked into a bit more about what exactly we're trying to achieve in there and how we can measure it.
Right, so my next one is either customer service or libraries. Okay. So, I have made some suggested changes in what we include in how we measure. So open to feedback, questions, concerns.
Chris.
Thanks, Scott. The part around removing, I'm on the right page, removing the measures for the phone calls and long wait times and stuff like that. It's good to see whether it's worthwhile at council, but to know that the responses are getting to them and looking at the average wait time versus the thousands of calls that we get and working out what is actual wait times and how much, how many abandoned calls and other things are useful. Was that being dropped?
So we've just consolidated more than, so that we have removed abandoned calls, but that will be continue to be reported on as part of Community Connections Committee reporting. But it's actually, from a measure point of view, really hard to add value or understand why those people are abandoning calls. So that's why we've dropped it. But average wait time is included in 2. The number is the numbering right there. 2.2. Yeah.
Yeah, my question was the same on the abandoned calls. Pleased to hear it's still going through to the community committee. You can put filters, of course, on those too. People that abandon calls after 2 rings, another call came and they chose to go to answer it. But if they've abandoned a call after 60 seconds, we want to know about it because that means the phones aren't being answered. So it needs to get captured somewhere. And the average 20 seconds might be that most calls are answered within 10, but there's several that are answering out there at 3 minutes. You know, that's what's going to prompt complaints about nobody ever answers the phone. So it's good to have that statistical information there so that we can go back and say, well, yes, we do answer. You must have just been unlucky and struck it at a really bad time. So, you know, things like that. So if it's going back to the community committee for the abandoned call, abandoned calls, I'm happy for that. I'd hate to see it drop completely though. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. Steve.
Yeah, well, I think people are starting to, we're going down rabbit holes here because people living in this generation where if it doesn't happen in a picosecond, they want to put it on Facebook, they want to do this and moan. I've been on calls and they say, you are now 14 in the list. I don't think, right, that's fine, but what do? I get up early and make sure I ring early. But most people, it's no fault of the councils. It's the fault of the way people have been engineered. If they can't have it in a picosecond, the council's at fault. So I would not go down this rabbit hole. If they're not prepared to wait, I think, you know, because there is an answer to this, but their call centres are not in this country. But I tell you what, they're quick, but I bet you their wages aren't the same as ours. So I would rather stay with what the status quo is. I think, honestly, we're going down a rabbit hole for no reason.
So I'm not sure if that takes us further down a rabbit hole, Steve, because if we stay with the status quo, then we add more of those performance measures in. So is that what you're advocating?
I'm advocating a more logical approach to it.
So would that be what's presented in front of us, or if it's status quo, would it be adding back the performance measures that they've suggested be removed?
Will obviously be removed, wouldn't you? You'd take away the 20 seconds. You're not going to wait 20 seconds and say you're now first in the queue, are you?
Okay, so that's support for what you've put in. It's quite interesting, I think, knowing a little bit about the background of Peter and Chris, and of for my sins, spent some time in call centre management as well. So instinctively, I find it really important and interesting. But then when you take a step back and you're like, how important is it? And it's definitely not interesting to most. What I think we need as a measure is to make sure that people are being responded to in a timely manner. There will be times where that will be longer, which is fine. I personally am glad to hear that Community Connections Committee will get some more of that detailed information. And actually it's for the opposite reason. I remember having a discussion with Sandy about this a little while ago of going, I think we're answering these calls too quickly. It's almost the opposite to what was said. So if we're answering them that quickly, do we have overcapacity? And those are the management tools that we have. It's not just we need to answer within a nanosecond, like you mentioned. There actually is an appropriate amount of time that it's okay for people to wait, because we have to balance resource. So I find it interesting for that reason, but I'm comfortable with the way that you've put it in here for this, Sharon.
Thanks, Ms. Scott. I'm probably going to be a little bit challenging here, Dana, because if you look at the wording of of LTP number 2, customers experience friendly, efficient and reliable service from council. And yet all we're measuring is phone calls. Because we sit around this table and we argue, didn't get a response from Anteno, didn't get da-la-la-la. And that's why in this discussion we're going to be having soon, Rebecca, about overall customer experience, where are we going to be recording or finding? Because our customers get to council through it's not just through a phone call. And I think we have to be really thought-provoking about, because this is how we stand and fall. And to me, measuring the length of time it takes to answer a phone is not the only measure that we should be looking at when it comes to a fantastic customer experience from council. So whether or not that debate happens after you and I eyeball each other, Rebecca, about the single question and or not, I think we need to nail this a lot better than we are in just those.
Because I just want to make a quick point and just seek some clarification, I think, from you, Sharon, because when I first looked at that, I thought the same. However, when I look at this, and just to, perhaps from Rebecca and Dana, this is really just looking at the people that are in the customer experience team. So it's really measuring them rather than the overall satisfaction, which is where you're right, the overall customer satisfaction that we'll come to becomes critical. So this is looking at the function of the customer experience officers, which is important. So if not, and if you still think we need to measure more for the customer experience officers directly, I'd be keen to understand a bit more of how we might be able to do that, or what you'd be hoping to see.
That might be where the debate on this last chunk that Rebecca has highlighted may be of better value before we start, digging too far. I'm just concerned, I guess, Dana, that I know that fantastic team of yours at the front line, they're not just about answering phones. If they don't work out exactly where the person in front of them or on the phone is going to get a response from, I think we need to find a way of measuring how they close off that loop, because they're an absolutely integral role in the overall perception of council by our ratepayers. So without going down a rabbit hole, I think we're selling these measures short, and whether or not in the next part with Rebecca,
Cool. I'll let
there might be
Rebecca
some of
jump
that
in
come
there.
out.
Thank you.
Just kind of a quick response. I'm wondering if in the wording of the level of service in number 2, the darker green, because we've got customers experience from council, but the focus actually in this particular is a team. So if we change the word council to customer services team or engagement team, whatever it is, and then in 2.1, there is a general overall measure around whether that customer services team is providing good service around the satisfaction measure. So it's not just about incoming calls. We do have that kind of that broader one there for the team. So the satisfaction measure overall, plus the incoming calls question, and then like you say, we can have the other wider council customer service conversation next. So does that sound like a solution for now?
And I think it does capture, and I'm sure colleagues would have experienced similar, of that I can't count the number of complaints that I've dealt with that always start with the team at the front desk or the person that answered the phone is amazing, but I'm really angry about blah, blah, blah. So I do like this in a way that it separates that out. Let's actually measure the great work that the team are doing at the front desk, but actually we're also going to be making a commitment that we're a can-do council and we have our pillars. Are we living up to those? And that's where the overall service measures need to come in.
That sounds great. And I'm going to stay around for the overall customer service stuff as well.
So libraries?
Yes, libraries. So you'll see that I've made some recommendations, quite a few recommendations on this one. It was trying to make it more focused. We will continue to report on a number of other things through the Community Connections Committee as per normal. Once again, happy to take comments, questions.
I just looking back at my notes here from a couple of weeks ago again. So on 1.3, it's on the annual community satisfaction survey, but it's in the quarterly report. So if we could just remove the quarterly report out of the reporting requirements, because we don't want stuff in the quarterly report which hasn't been measured yet. And then on 2.1, I have to, excuse me, my brain's catching up. I had a note here, a question mark, is it our responsibility to drive community use? And I can't think why I wrote to that note now, but just, I did write it down for some reason, so maybe
perhaps what I might ask is that
don't mention it unless I've never got a question.
Unless you know what you're asking.
Yes, good call. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Could I please just double check 2.1 of the number of participants at libraries programs, just to understand exactly what that means. What are we measuring exactly? And then that might stimulate.
So all library programs, so Little Ears, the programs that are ad hoc, so like author talks, the school holiday programs that we run.
And the reason why we'd want to be increasing that, I mean, I know it sounds obvious, but I'm just trying to be clear, is obviously utilisation, the whole cost benefit of putting on programs. Why is that from us as a governance team? Why is that important to us? And perhaps that might be digging into what Peter's looking at. And by the way, I don't think it's not important. I'm just trying to understand why we'd need to have that on. So I do note, Mr. Chief Executive, your library background will become invaluable here.
Corin Haynes, MLIS. Really, it speaks to relevance. All right, so if the programs that you are running are relevant to the community, then the attendance at those will increase. So if you're running programs and there's hardly any attendance, it tells you you're actually not doing the things that the community want. So that's the reason that you measure and try and increase, because you're driving, continually assessing what you're putting on. Is it what your community, your library users want? And hopefully people who aren't library users who then see a relevance in the library, because now you're doing more that is relevant to them.
Thank you. That's a great answer, Chris.
Thank you. This might be something that Corin can give a little bit more information as well, but with the 2.3 number of items loaned from libraries, understanding with technology and the digital age now, would we not be seeing a decrease in that naturally?
Yes, there is a slight decrease, and that's reported on as part of the Community Connections Committee as well. But this is inherent for libraries, and it's still an important function. Oh, sorry, yes, and this measure does include electronic as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool, but is it going to be achievable to actually increase loaned out? Because a lot of people just Google stuff and find online versus going to the library, or...
I can feel Corin wanting to...
So if you've got the balance right between physical and electronic, and the electronic is easily accessible and free to our community through the wonderful services that we subscribe to, Libby, for example, then you should still be able to drive increase. So it's about making sure that your collection's relevant, and yeah, we will always try and assist the people of the district to legally get their reading.
I wonder, in this, so I don't forget it and so it's captured, and I'll come to you in a second, Steve. I don't think this needs to be a performance measure, but making sure in our reporting that comes through to the Community Connections Committee, I would like to see the trend of physical versus electronic borrowing. I think that will be really important down the track as we're making decisions as to what our library service looks like as it evolves, and perhaps as it goes more electronic and less physical, that could drive some decision making. So I'd really like to see that. Corin.
And there's also a leader in this, right, too, that so increasingly as your collection moves to digital, you're moving your spend from capital to operational. So you need to have an eye on that and understand when that shift needs to occur, so you're not left hanging.
Yeah, thanks. On average, what is that percentage increase?
I would have to come back to you. I don't want to give you a number off the top of my head without checking.
And also supplementary, it must be working because there's a lot of motorised scooters up there using your free Wi-Fi, so that's good. They don't even use but we don't capture them because they're on the footpath, which is a bit of a sad. We might have to put a clicker on the outside.
We capture them through the APNKU statistics that you see reported in the Community Connections, so that captures anyone that connects into the library's Wi-Fi.
I was talking more about the facility, not the actual you know, click, click, we've spent all that money on the counters, remember?
Great. Thanks, team. Thank you very much, Dana. What's our time? Yeah, just before we kick back on, I think we'll just have a 10-minute break, if that's okay, team. Welcome back from break. I'll hand back over to Rebecca and welcome Roger up to the table as well.
Thanks very much, Mayor Scott, councillors and officers. Both Hamish and Fontaine are on leave, so you're just going to have to put up with me. I have been supporting Fontaine and also Joe, just working through the performance measures, so I have some context. But there may be some questions I'm not able to answer, so I'll just put that caveat up front. In terms of our approach, just a couple of things to provide some context. There's 6 areas that we're going to look at now. And we wanted to focus on measures that were relevant or provided relevant information to council that we could really use. And we wanted measures that were consistent and positive. So that's the sort of lens that we approached this process through. So I believe we're going to start with cemeteries and we can go from there. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Peter?
No, just one comment, which I do know the answer to this time. I just said, why are these in the quarterly reports when they're based on the annual survey? And I think I mentioned that at the beginning of the last session. There's a number of these that we prefer not to see in the quarterly report if they're measured annually because of the annual survey.
Just a note on that one. I think Sarah mentioned that there's a transparency kind of purpose for having it in there, but that there might be some work done on splitting those ones out or something, presenting it differently.
Any other comments? They seem reasonable to me. Cool. Continue.
Great, thank you. I think the next one is community buildings. There we go. That one, no. Are there any questions around the community buildings?
Just to note that these ones, that some of the focus of this was around splitting that category of community buildings out into individual ones, so that it was a little bit easier to track.
These, I didn't have any notes on these in my paper. Did anyone else have anything they want to raise? Appears not.
Okay, great.
Apologies, Steve.
Sorry, just need to go back one because I didn't get up quick enough, but it says here that we've got enough plots for 12 months. So then we've gone back to cemeteries, 2.1. So the percentage of cemeteries in the district with plots available for the next 12 months based on historical burial data. So and pray we don't, if we have an inrush, what's our contingency plan?
I don't know, I can't answer that directly, but I do know that they quite carefully manage the availability of those plots. So we have a legislative requirement to have plots available at any time. But I'll hand over to the Chief Executive.
Through you, Chair. So I don't have direct experience here, but I know from my previous role. So it doesn't necessarily mean there's not land available. It just means that there are not berms in place, and so the team would be assessing that at the sites and then making sure that things were prepared in time so that there was always a supply available. Yeah.
Any notes, questions or comments on Parks and Reserve? Sharon?
Thank you, Mayor Scott, and thank you, Roger, for covering for the team. I had a bit of a discussion with Fontaine 2 weeks ago when we first were doing this around whether or not we can incorporate in this upcoming LTP some form of measure where our communities begin to take on responsibility for upkeep of our parks and reserves, and it had been mooted at one of the workshops about whether or not each year we tackled one particular part of the district in terms of working with the community to be able to negotiate a stewardship or build up the capacity of the volunteers in a particular community to actually take care of some of our parks and reserves. So I don't know whether it's appropriate as a measure that there is a one-liner there that allows the capacity for each year to focus on any one particular community. I don't want it to get lost in, because I know there's a real sense out there that certainly as we move forward into amalgamation as well, that if communities, particular communities, are prepared to step up and look after some of these parks and reserves on our behalf and under, obviously, standards and
No, that's great. Thank you.
guidelines, I just don't want it to get lost, because it would be really easy to say, well, that was a great idea, Council Awards, but we haven't
No, very well covered.
done
Thank you.
anything.
Just to add some support to that, because I remember the discussion that we had, and it sort of looks at Pongaroa, Way to Go, as an example of a group that does do some incredible work. It has come through very, very, very strongly in the budget challenge that people would like to see more in our parks and reserves. And this is probably more of a reserves thing, but I would be really keen when Fontaine's back for her thoughts on how we might do it. I know there's been some discussion about the lower domain as an example. We have some ongoing discussions regarding the Danny Burke Deer Park, which actually does fit quite nicely into the same. But this could be a tool that we have to be meeting communities' expectations in our reserves in particular, but also empowering our community to be doing more. So thank you for raising it. Chris?
Thank you, Scott. Around the item 3.1 for the playgrounds, the safety standard, should we not be meeting that at 100% quickly rather than 90% over 4 to 10 years? It just seems like safety should be a concern to have at a higher level.
I might just be able to add a tiny bit into that, because we've had quite a few discussions in the last term where a lot more of this reporting came through. Some of it is the lag between how long it takes to get things inspected, but Fontaine probably will have a really solid answer as to why. There's also a point where it could become very, very cost prohibitive. So there is a balance when it comes to what we're able to do. I know that we had some playground equipment removed fairly unceremoniously from Woodville quite quickly. That had been in place for a long time, that we had known wasn't meeting the standard for quite a long time. But some of it is what risk is being weighed up and how much of those standards changed. Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Scott. And just not understanding it fully, if we find that we haven't met the standards, are we liable for injuries or something there in some way? Is that an issue?
Fontaine will be able to give more information. My understanding is the process that we go through is an acceptably rigorous process. But she'll be able to give more information. I remember us having this exact discussion, but I don't want to mislead anyone. She'll be the right person to answer that.
Yeah, just along those lines, because it does worry me, because we had one flying fox taken out of the district, but there was another one in the district, and a mother came to me with her daughter's fractured eye socket because she got whacked by by the other one, but it's still there. So I do concur with you, Councillor Chris. I just don't want us to be ending up in court like we do in America.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. My understanding is that the equipment that you talk about has been assessed. So, but Fontaine can give more information. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion on pensioner housing? Sharon.
Just to point out the obvious, Ms. Scott, that this is one of our very few discretionary activities.
Sure. Sorry, could you expand on how that fits in?
Right at the top there, we've been working through these elements with either a core activity or a mandatory or a statutory, but this is a discretionary activity, and I think that pensioner housing.
Yeah, but 2-1. Sorry.
Sorry, no. So I'll just stay with Sharon, and then you can reflect after.
Yeah, I just wish to point out that as it aligns with the legislation, this is not considered a core activity of council.
Yeah. No, thanks, Sharon. I think that's probably a separate discussion. This assumes that is a function that we are currently operating. If there's a desire to change that, that's a very, very separate conversation than the performance measures that we have. Steve?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying about the measure underneath it. It's mandatory. 2.1.
Yeah, but it's only mandatory if we actually provide the service. So if, as a council, we didn't have any pensioner houses, then that would no longer be relevant. Yeah, we do. So it is mandatory. Yeah. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Chris, did you have your hand up? No. Any other comments about the measures for pensioner housing? Seems not.
Public conveniences.
Peter.
Just the one question, the 48 hours being 48 literal hours, I assume, not 48 working hours. So, yeah, sorry, that was on 1.2. Percentage of customer requests responded to within 48 hours. That's within 48 hours of a request being made, not 48 business hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my understanding, but I'll clarify that and I'll come back to council if that's not correct. But yeah, within 48 hours.
And look, this one is always a really interesting one because people's expectations sometimes might not necessarily be matched by how much we're willing to invest ratepayers' money into, but it does have to be at a particular level. So the bathrooms could be cleaned every hour theoretically, and all it takes is one person to go in and mess it up in between cleans. So it can always be a frustrating one for many. It's often discussed when we look at service performance measures, but they seem reasonable, but often we don't get a great result.
And the last item is the swimming pools.
Any comments on these? Chris?
Just a comment, you may not be able to answer it, but I think in the previous reporting, it might have been, we saw it as, I think it was written down as 10 weeks on average across the entirety. It should be looked at per pool as a sort of, from my perspective, not just across the entire district. So I think they averaged it across the district rather than focusing on individual sites.
Are you referring to 1.3? Yeah. This is the outdoor pools. Yeah, so the intent of that particular measure was for each pool. So we get an understanding of, reported individually by location. Yeah.
Yeah, the covered in pool, can we get 52 weeks or?
My understanding is that we have an agreement for 49 weeks. So there's an allowance for leave and other things that the pool is not actually open. So that's why it's not 52.
Statutory holidays.
Yeah.
Maintenance and that kind of thing as well.
That's when everyone goes.
Yeah, no, we can check with Fontaine as to what the thought process was. There might be an allowance built in there for maintenance for other parts, which I think in a contract someone might be. Yeah, I'll pass over to Erina, who knows a lot more about this than me.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. With swimming pool, you could have a frost overnight and then the power could go down and that drops the temperature. So they'll have to close for that day to takes that long to get the temperature back up. Plus, if the water goes, they're changing the acidity of the water, that might change, and that can change because of a power cut. That takes even longer to get the pool back to a healthy, so that the pool can open and it can be safe for people to swim in. So there are many factors with swimming pools. Plus they might need to shut down because you have a code brown. There's all those factors that come into the maintenance of the pool to make sure it's healthy and safe for the people using it. So I think 49 weeks is pretty standard, yeah.
That's reassuring. Thank you for that info.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Roger.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Roger. Really appreciate you standing in.
And I'll take those questions away for Fontaine.
A question for you, Mayor Scott. Would you like to move to the conversation around customer service, or would you like to cover off the final activity? Carter could do that at a later date, or we could cover it off today.
I think in the interest of time, let's jump into the customer service one, if that's okay, and then we'll see where we land from there. I'm not sure what others thought. I thought the ones that were outstanding probably won't take a huge amount of time, but there seems to be a high level of interest in the overall customer measures.
Back to the beginning. Okay, so I'm sure everybody's well primed for this conversation, but just by way of sort of context, at the last workshop that we had on the 1st of July, there was it was discussed that there was a desire to have a greater increase across council on improving customer service at an organisation-wide, at a council-wide level. So when somebody approaches an officer on the street and asks for some assistance of some kind, that they can be assured that their question or problem is going to be dealt with in a timely and satisfactory manner, and that means that request getting back to the right person and being dealt with appropriately, and the loop being closed back to the person who asked the question. So not just on a team-by-team basis, as we were discussing before, but the overall experience of customer service at council. So people can say, this council really is awesome at doing what it says and helping me with the issues that I raise with them. So in that conversation, we talked about the possibility of kind of creating a uniform measure that kind of got inserted into each activity, and so that in this customer service satisfaction survey or whatever, that they would rate the individual teams of council, and we would have a lovely, a coherent picture of how all the different groups or activities of council are going, and that seemed like a really straightforward way of doing it. As we kind of looked into how that would work in practice, it quickly became apparent that it wasn't that straightforward, and simply because a lot of the activities or the teams within council don't really have a direct customer facing role, or it's not necessarily council that they're dealing with. It might be a contractor or an external provider or something like that. So there was a range of reasons why it wasn't that straightforward. So we kind of backed up the horse and thought about how else we might be able to do that. And we'll talk about the alternative, and I've given you some information to have a read beforehand. But part of thinking about when we say we want to have a focus on customer service, what that actually means, let's start by defining what we mean by customer service or organisation-wide experience of customer service. So we've drafted up this possible definition for your feedback, and just to kind of see if we're all on the same page, if you guys are on the same page and giving us that direction, and then we'll proceed to looking at how that might play out in practice. So off you go.
Thanks, Rebecca. My only question here, I like that can do is in there. I like that it's solutions focused, because that's certainly what we're trying to drive. I wonder though about adding elected members to the definition. I understand why that might be helpful. It does in a way make it a little bit more difficult for officers, because it's harder for officers to control from an elected member's perspective, and this is something that elected members will be holding officers to account for, and we probably have a slightly different process for elected members, but elected members, can't necessarily be compelled in the same way to do things in the same way, and the consequences for that are elections, but it is quite different. So I'm just wanting to understand adding that in. I see the advantage of having it as an all of council holistic feeling, but I think that often people do separate out elected members and staff anyhow. So just keen for some thoughts on that. Perhaps your thoughts first of why, perhaps to provide the counterfactual, and then we could have that discussion on what people think, because that's just my view. So I'm quite keen to hear the opposing view to that.
I think in part you've already identified that trying to, if we're talking about council as a whole, we're trying to create a holistic picture of council and people's experience of council from one end of it to the other and everything in between. I guess you said that a lot of people sort of separate out the elected members from the rest of council, and that may be true. I was sort of thinking about it actually from the other side, that a lot of people just kind of think of council as council, and there's probably, you know, some people who do and some people who don't. And I think also including elected members in that contributes to the sense that we are all part of this, or, you know, obviously I see myself as part of the team. We are all part of this, the success of this, and the focus and the emphasis, and that should be in all of our minds, regardless of where you sit. But I'm totally open to you guys changing that up.
Great. I think your explanation was better than mine, but let's hear what others think. Peter, and then Steve.
Yeah, Rebecca, I think your explanation was better than Scott's. But anyhow, risk of shooting myself in the foot. but I do align with Scott, and I think that we don't want the reputation of staff to be brought down by the tardiness response of a certain Woodville. Talking about myself, as lack of response to somebody or something like that. I think it's important that Scott's point is that this is a measure of how well staff are performing, and I think, but I don't disagree that elected members shouldn't be measured as well, though. I mean, we do get measured at every 3 years, but it wouldn't hurt for part of the survey, or however we're going to do this, so how well supported do you feel by your elected members, or whatever the question is. I don't have a problem with that being asked, but
So
to bump it together. Yeah.
To help with that, that is measured in the community voice survey. So councillors and the mayor are measured within the community voice survey, with results to be released soon. So that survey is complete already. Steve?
We have to have, in my opinion, a definitive line. We're the board of directors. We direct you what to do because you're in operations, right? We have one employee, and that's our CE. The wordsmith, you need a good wordsmith up there, because I would like to see the way you've written it, fine, but we've got to have that division, because we don't know, right? If we've got a problem, we go to our mayor or our CE, and there's a procedure, and we're all measured every day. We are measured every day, and that will come out. It won't matter about how many surveys they're going to take. People are watching all the time, but we are the board of governors. You are working for us through the CE. And however, and that's not being vindictive, that's a fact. That's what I want to try and get in there. But by all means, we've all got one goal, the betterment of Tararua district. That's why we signed up for this gig.
Any other thoughts? Chris?
Thank you. You made a comment before about contractors being external, and are they included as council representatives? I know that when we contracted in companies to do work, we sat down and we went through the values and made sure they all understood and followed the same things, so it's good to see they're included there.
I think contractors is a really important part, and I know, and probably others have as well, I've come across where there's been complaints about contractors that are perceived to be council. So it sort of goes back to the two sides of that coin of, do we look at a one-team approach, which I absolutely see merit in, or do we separate ourselves out for that because we're the monitors? And I'm still not sure what the answer is. Peter?
Yeah, I just did a quick search a moment ago on, what do other councils do and whether they use Net Promoter Score, which is commonly used outside of government and outside of local business, and came back with things like, customer satisfaction, ease of doing business, first contact resolution response times, and resident satisfaction surveys, as what some other councils are doing. So that ties back into here, but this feels a little bit more qualitative than quantitative. So whatever method you do, coming back to your early conversation about the qualitative, I would like to have the free form spot that they can express their thoughts as well. So, yeah.
That is coming.
Yeah.
But I guess the focus of this is, what do we mean when we say excellent customer service?
Thanks,
from
Rebecca.
Council.
I think what we might do, because there probably is two different ways, and I don't want to stay on this for too long. So what we might do is do a quick fire round, because there's two clear options, and we'll run around the table of, do you think it should be in all of council, or do you think elected members should be separated? Sharon?
I think we separate out the elected members.
Alison?
I agree.
Chris? Taylor? I mean, we've already got a majority, but let's keep going around the room, eh? Cool. No, that's fine. That's valid. Steve?
Separate.
Cool. I concur. So there we go.
Can I ask one more question? Would you like to include contractors as a separate?
I feel like contractors are operational and they should be included.
Yeah, so not wrapped up into council representatives.
I think
my opinion is council representatives expressed there does include contractors, and that's the way we should view it.
Yeah, because if a contractor, he's got to meet all the, or he or she has to meet all the requirements. So that's just a name. So that they are just people that work for the operation. So we don't have to be contractors, because you get the drift.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of how this would work in practice, we are proposing setting out a single level of service that council is a can-do council and provides excellent customer service across all areas of the business, with a measure that is the percentage of residents who rate the customer service they experience from council as good or excellent, and you can determine what you want that target to be. The alternative that continuing on from that, reporting would be a single overall percentage score with a narrative analysis of the comments, and that's where the qualitative comes in. Still to be determined would be around the reporting, to which body, whether that's to council or to a committee of council, quarterly, annually. I'm getting the feeling that more frequently is the preferred option, and that there would be a question that went into the community voice survey asking people to rate their experience of council, and if they gave, regardless of whether they gave a good or a poor response, giving an explanation why. And then with the focus on being solutions focused, an additional question around, if you've recently contacted council with a problem or a request, how satisfied are you with the outcome? So that's kind of what is being proposed as a draft, and again, any adjustments can be made. In the paper that I forwarded last week, I alluded to the issue that I raised before around the complexities that come with one question per activity. That would add, 22 odd questions to the survey. Not all activities are ones where people would, when they read the question, they would be able to reflect, what was my experience of dealing with that team? Some teams just simply don't have that, that direct connection with the customers. So those things potentially could be overcome, but it would become quite cumbersome. And if we're wanting people to actually give us the feedback, we don't want to make it overly complicated or painful to do. So, but it is an option. So,
what do we think, team? I mean, this, and I understand. I mean, there's probably, I'd always like it to be a little bit bigger, but as you do that, you add extra complexity. And one thing I really like is that we're asking people to tell us why for good and excellent, as well as poor or average, where we have come, probably learnt some from a couple of surveys we've done where we've only asked for comments if they've marked us down, which sometimes skews what the sentiment might be. I think having that richness of comments that Peter talked about before, you need to have all of the comments to be able to really build a view of sentiment. This feels okay to me. Does anyone have any suggested changes to this? Sharon?
Not necessarily changes, but I think my initial reaction, Rebecca, was a sense that every member of council is front-facing and interacting with a customer in some way. And, you know, the sense when Dana was up there reflecting on the, you know, it's not just the frontline telephonists and receptionists that are doing customer service. And I wanted to ensure that if we are true to monitoring and improving on what a can-do council looks like, that's a whole of system approach. And that's a, you know, that's Jess providing legal input somewhere along the line. It's the people cleaning our toilets. It's a whole of system. And I appreciate that there are lots of things that have to go in that system to support it without being too clunky. And I can appreciate that we might not have those systems in place at the moment, but it begs the question, if we are committed to this approach, then we need to plan over the next 3 years how it is we're going to know that we have measured and we have improved the experience for our customers. I mean, offline, you and I were talking about, you know, is there inbuilt in the performance appraisal system of all staff an expectation around customer service? I'm not asking that question publicly, but I know the value that at every layer and in every form of support for our staff, we need to reflect the importance of this. And a whole of system approach is required. I'm not too hung up. I think it has to be regularly reported. I don't want to wait a whole year to realise that there are elements not performing and our customer experience hasn't. I'll be very passionate as chair of the Performance and Monitoring Committee that this is exactly the area that I know we would be keen to hear about. But I really want the ability, and it was shown through the demonstration we had this morning, we have the ability to dig down now into qualitative stuff. So if there was a rating of good, do we really want to know, was it great when when the telephone was answered? When did it start to decrease? Which part is our CE going to be interested in, where there is regular reports that when it gets to this particular department or this particular team member, things go to custard? Now, if there is a way of doing that through one question, then I'm all for that. I don't believe we should have 20 questions, but I still want the ability to make sure that we know which area of our business is performing well in customer service.
Now that's really handy, and I think, remember, there's two parts, right? There's the performance measures, and then there's our community voice survey, and both of them can be quite complementary. So it's having that real lead that's our performance, but it's also learning why, like we may well, if we're really targeting this right, even in the community voice and in this, what are the areas that are performing really well? Why are they performing really well? How can we replicate that? So what I might, for me, this feels okay as a performance measure, as long as it's backed up by more that is complementary within the community voice. And I think I would like to task the CE just to be giving some consideration to how we can really see if we're living up to our can-do and strong customer service. So, I don't have to have an answer for that now. I think that's really an ELT discussion, because it's as Sharon said, it's an all of systems approach. But I think for Sharon, we'd like to see something coming through. I would like to see something coming through performance and monitoring that is giving us evidence that we are seeing a positive shift, or if we're not seeing a positive shift, that we're happy with where it's sitting. Yep.
Through you, Chair. Yeah. So absolutely, and I think one of the things that if we think about the flow, right, if we get the measure right, then that also then becomes part of your conversation with me, like, Mr. CE, what are you doing to deliver on the things? Which then becomes my conversation with the ELT team. What are we doing? And then that also then flows into, so you ask the question around staff performance measures, etc. I won't answer that here, but the reality is then that should then flow down into how do we measure ourselves internally to make sure that staff understand their part in the whole ecosystem, which then flows right back up to then giving you confidence so I can sit here and say yes, because A, B, and C.
And I think that's the part where we've talked a bit about today, of making sure that these service performance measures, this overall one and all of the others, are setting the right incentives to drive what we're wanting to see as a governance team. And so you've hit the nail on the head, where instead of them just sitting there and being explained away, and that's no fault of staff, that's just because we didn't quite have them right, that these should be a real governance tool for us. And they should be something that you in particular are very interested in seeing what the results are, because they will drive discussions that we have. So, cool. Does that give you the direction you need on that, Rebecca? Cool.
Thank you.
Excellent.
We'll be back.
Very good. Well, just quickly, and we'll have a bit of a discussion shortly. We might just have a couple of minutes in between. But Rebecca, thank you for all the work that you're doing and the structure that you've put in behind this. My sincere thank you to all of the officers who have contributed a huge amount to this work. So please pass on our thanks, Corin, through to your team, and to ELT members through to your teams. This is one that was absolutely worth spending some time on to make sure that we are getting it right. But looking forward to the discussion continuing. So thank you. You've got nothing further to add, Rebecca? No? So with that then, we'll close the session. Kishan, would you mind closing us with a karakia, please?
Kia ora tātou, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki e ihu karaite, ko te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake